Good evening, good evening, all you lovely people. Welcome, welcome to another year of the Matched and Attached series conference. Actually, I just want to welcome each and every one of you online tonight. I am excited to be here tonight, and I hope you are excited too. Before we go any further, I'm just going to challenge some of my lovely people on here because I know there's a lot of people behind the screen. And this conference, I'm not going to do it by myself. I'm not going to be the only one with my video on. So if you can, make every effort right now for me to get those videos on as I welcome your beautiful faces. I want to see the smile. I want to see the outfit. I just want to see people engaging with me. Please don't leave me alone. Please don't. Listen. And so I make a pretty up phone tonight. I want to make sure I put on the camera on for me now. Put the cameras on for me, please. I don't want to be here alone. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, LJT. Looking gorgeous in the color purple over there. Nice to see you. Who else is going to join me tonight? Because I really, really want to see those beautiful smiles and the lovely outfits. Yes, whether your top half dress or the full part dress, just come on out and showcase your beautiful face right now because I am not going to do this alone. I am not going to do this alone. So thank you, Lady Marja, Lady Andrea Holness. I can see the beautiful lady in red over there. Welcome to Claudia Stone's Ricketts. Thank you for joining. It's lovely seeing the beautiful faces. And look, we have the couple sitting together over there, the Mr. and Mrs. Robdan. We just want to welcome them tonight. Loving the beautiful smile and the hairstyle, just a shock out. So Lady D, I love it. I am loving it, loving it, loving it. If you were in my classroom, you would have been given some dojo points for making the effort to get the cameras on. Welcome to Gregory and Cindy Barrett. Good afternoon, good night, good day, good morning. It's so lovely to see you both. And I see Lady Tidra over there with her camera on. And so while we're getting comfortable, while we're getting ready, while we're getting settled, before I invite our DJ tonight to just turn up the notch a little bit, I'm just going to invite you to grab your glass, grab your cup, grab your mug, grab your plate, whatever it is to help you unwind tonight as you come to settle in and be quite interactive with this beautiful conference that we have lined up for you. We just want to give you the time and space now to grab your drink, grab your tea, grab your water, grab your Kool-Aid, grab your punch, grab your wine, whatever it is that suits your fancy. Please go ahead and bring it on screen tonight as we are about to be in for a treat. So I'm just going to hand over to DJ Chris, who's just going to shift the mood a little bit, and just to get us all to rock and come in steady and ease ourselves in as you enjoy the music and just prepare for this lovely afternoon. I will be back with you in another 10 minutes or so. Over to you, DJ Chris.
All I want to do is make you feel right. Every time I try to make my move, you put me hold my head up high. I'm reaching for the sky. If you wanna come along with me, let's do the things that's right. For you, yes, you and only you, I'm making a sacrifice. Leave me tonight, everything will be right. You and me in paradise. Still of the night, stars shining bright. All I wanna do is hold your hand. Leave me tonight, everything will be right. You and me in paradise. Still of the night, stars shining bright. All I wanna do is hold your hand. All I wanna do is talk to you and ask you how you feel. I hope you don't mind my company. I'm lonely as can be. So if you ever really need a friend, I'll be right there with you, please. All I want to do is talk to you. Another day dawns without seeing, hearing, feeling, touching you. Oh, I just can't take it. It's crazy not being able to hold you. Na na na. I need you like the sun needs water. Just as a little baby needs his mother. Just as the breast that we so dearly depend on. I need your love to live on. So there's just no getting over you, baby. I'm just helplessly hooked up on you. There's just no getting over the way that I feel. I just can't last a day without you. It won't be long, some days will dawn, and in your arms I'll be. Oh, it took too long for us to find out that this was meant to be. Oh, I need your love to keep me going. I need a kiss to keep the love alive going. Just at the breath that we so dearly depend on. I need your love to go on. Getting over you. Oh, I'm helplessly hooked up. There's just no getting over the way that I feel. I just can't live a day. I just can't live a day without you. Without you. Without you. Stuck on you. I got the feeling down deep in my soul, but I just can't do. Girl, I'm on my way. Feeling good. I can never want to feel the same way, but baby, it's true. Yes, I'm on my way. My daddy stay. I'm feeling. Hey, yeah, yeah. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hey, we
I've been dreaming of you. See you all the time. I just can't be. I just can't be. There's danger inside. Just can't be. Just can't be. When you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song, feel good, feel good, feel good. Cause your perfume isn't loud, and only I can talk about. Feel good, feel good. Feel like they're rubbing over my skin. And when your hair dances on the chin, wish we were alone, baby, just the two of us. Yes, every move you make gives me a rush. Whoa, oh, wine some more, show me that love unconditionally. Make believe we're alone. That's you and me. Let the eyes, don't let it show. Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. I feel good. When you're wrapped up in my arms, dancing to a reggae song. Feel good, feel good. I feel good. Cause your perfume isn't loud, that only I can talk about. Feel good, feel good. Oh, what a vibe, what a vibe, what a vibe. What a night, what a night, what a night, what a night. Yeah. I love, I can't imagine living without you. Without you. Chris on the mix. My world would just stop spinning without you. Without you. Floating on a cloud each time you say my name. I want to scream out loud, you're driving me insane. Driving me crazy, baby. Each time you call, I'm so deep. Each time it's something that it's even deeper. I could do, baby. Wanna get my own to you. Take full control. These feelings go deeper. Because you do anything for me. For me. You can find everything for you. Around it, so make sure to keep you satisfied. Just trust me, baby, hold me tight and sure to guide. I'll take you. Get down, you go. I want to go. Deep, deep, but it's only it's I'm feeling it. I can do, baby. Wanna give my all to you. Take all this, baby. It's not that I don't like you. You know how much I do. It's not that I need somebody to take the place of you, but it's just in me when you touch my hand, and I feel that shakes my body, and I don't understand, so I'm leaving. It's time this fault. I'm gonna walk away from love. You're clinging to me tighter, I- and you had before. But you know, it's gonna take everything to stop me walking out that door. See your arms that you got around me. Will let me go someday. So I'd rather to leave holding on. Baby, if you mean so I'm with you. You never got to goodbye, no.
All right, DJ Chris.
We never had to say your word, not just.
Yep. I've noticed that in the comment we weren't quite hearing it clearly, but guess what? These songs are not new to any of us. So you know when you hear the little one drop rhythm, correct me if I'm wrong with my age right now, but you know when you hear the little one drop rhythm, you just have to rock steady and come in. So we just want to give DJ Chris a round of applause. Thank you very, very much for warming us up. And we know we are on Zoom here tonight, and sometimes the Zoom not gonna be 100% like when you're in person, but guess what? We are still here to have a good time tonight, and we are still here to rock and come in, isn't it? So thank you, DJ Chris, for reminding us of those rock steady moves, where we can just chill and build our vibes and just enjoy being in the presence and company of everyone. So let me just welcome you guys properly here because I'm aware that we do have a lot of new faces on here that I'm quite excited to meet and just to welcome you in. So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, the married couples and singles. To all the single ladies, if you're in the building, put your camera on and wave your hands for me. And to all the bachelors in the building, welcome to another year of the Matched and Attached Conference. The thing I love about these sessions, we get to breathe, get to relax and unwind and learn from each other and just have a good time. And that's what I'm after tonight. So I'm going to just put out my little cliche, the cliche poem. I'm going to put it out, and I want for someone or all of you in the chat, I'm going to challenge you to complete this cliche line with your original line. So here we go. Roses are red, violets are blue. I want you to comment in the chat with your chat up line too. So you need to give me a line to complete that cliche. Roses are red, violets are blue. Put your ending in this comment too. Sugar is sweet, but not like you. To Daniel, I am glue. I am loving it. Keep them coming. Roses are red, violets are blue. Sugar is sweet, and so are you. I want your own original line. Roses are red, violets are blue. Oh, honey, I just don't want to go through life without you. Thank you, Sade. Roses are red, violets are blue. I eat dumpling. This is too much. Keep them flowing, keep them flowing, keep them flowing. As we just move our way in, enjoying the beautiful atmosphere here tonight. You know what? This is also a form of worship to all my Christian couples waiting and looking out online. This is also a form of worship to have fun, to enjoy yourself, and just to breathe and let your hair down. Roses are red, violets are blue. Over here, sun hot, I'm waiting for the rest to come through. Roses are red, violets are blue. Today, you are the best among the few. I'm loving these lines coming in. Drop your own original line to complete the cliche poem. I'm loving what I'm seeing in the chat already. Hey, hey, hey. And as you are doing that, and as I know right now I have over 30 people on screen with me tonight, and me only see about 5 or 10 cameras on. So come on, people, you can do better than that. Rock and come in, show me what you're drinking. In my cup, what's in my cup? I have carrot juice in my cup with some spice up. What do you have in your cup that you want to show me and video? This time, I don't want you to comment in the chat. I want you to show me if you have anything in your hand, anything in your cup, show me on camera. And I'm literally going through my camera to see who is holding something, right? So this is not the time for you to come and raise your eyebrow. This is the time for you to come and interact and smile with your host. I love the title they put on that flyer, Hot Nelly. So I have to live up to that name tonight. So as you're dropping in your original line to complete the poem, make sure you're also showing me on camera what is it that's in your cup. Thank you, Lady Marjorie. Let me see if I can get a clear look. I see something like a punch. Is that a punch in there? You can unmute and tell me quickly, Lady Marjorie, what's in that cup. But thank you for sharing that with me.
Ginger beer.
Ginger beers in that cup. Who else have a cup that they want to show me? What's in your cup? What are you sipping tonight? Oh, I see yellow tail. Oh, la la. Go ahead, lady. And I bet you that's red wine for the lady in red on camera. And as you are doing that, my lovely people, I want for you to use an emoji to tell me about your relationship status right now. So if you're married, you need to find that emoji that's going to tell me you're married. No words, it has to be an emoji. So you need to find the chat section and go to the emoji section and let me know what your relationship status is right now before we even go on further. Lady Anne-Marie, I see the love eyes. Ooh, we see lots of people in love. Go on, go on, go on. Rev, I wonder if that one is head over heels. Go ahead. More should be coming in tonight. Lots. Just tell me your relationship status here. I see someone here. Yes, I see the couple marriage. Someone looks like a head over heels. Someone is in love. What is your relationship status? Use the emoji to communicate that with me tonight. What is your I see a lady in red ready for her boas right over there. And I see someone saying, I'm still here in the waiting. I like that. Keep it going, keep it flowing. Find your chat. Put your glasses on if you need to. Or just make sure the light's on your phone. You can see your phone screen clearly so you can quickly find the chat and drop that in, right? As we continue tonight, go ahead and share your relationship status. For those who are just joining in, use an emoji to tell me your relationship status. I'm loving that. I'm seeing singles. I'm seeing people here telling me that they are married. Yes. Any courting. Lataya Jackson Tolo. Me like how that one you're looking at. But may I go just stretch this one a little bit and tell me because these emojis look like this is a full-on sentence. So I'm just going to challenge you, Miss Latoya, Mrs. Latoya Tolo. Can you just give me the sentence for that one, please? You can go ahead and type it in. Thank you for sharing in with your relationship status and all of those things. So I just want to quickly share this before I invite Rob Dunn to come on and share something with us quickly. Our Matched and Attached conference is here to ignite the singles and to reignite the married couples, the flames of love. And that's one thing I love about this conference. We started it last year, right? And we had the very same theme. And the good thing about a relationship is you can never graduate from it. You can never graduate from love and the idea of love. And that's what I love about just like with God, you can never graduate being a student, right? Of the word. You're constantly learning. And that's what relationship is all about. So we can see here that love is an action, and an action you must engage with it, right? We don't just want it to be verbalized, but we want it to be action based. It is a beautiful thing, right? And this is why we are embracing this conference tonight. We are here to have a good time, right? Through the many well thought out activities that we have lined up for you all here tonight, whether you're single, married, widowed, separated, whatever your relationship status is, we have something in store for you tonight. So I want to challenge you, right? As you come on and as you are maybe you're thinking, what is this all about? I want you to be prepared to be informed. I want you to be prepared to be challenged. Yes, and I want you to be prepared to dispel some of those myths that we may hold about relationship and around the very various topics within relationship, right? So I am now going to invite Rob Dunn to come on with his statement of intent as he address you tonight. Over to you, Rob Dunn.
Thank you very much, Lady Nelly. It is absolutely good to be here, absolutely good to be connecting with you on this beautiful program. I want to say it's a great vision. So I want to say big up to everyone who is on here, big up to singles and of course married couple. You know, I personally have said before, this is just my little off-script statement, that I don't believe there should be single ministry versus married ministry. I think the overall intent of everyone, the long-term intent, is that one day someone is going to get married. And when persons get married, no one wants to get back single. So the ultimate goal is to get married. And so I am glad to have everyone here. And this year, the second time in a row, just want to remind you what our intent is. It is for building lasting and sustainable marriages through a variety of programs based on the principles outlined in the scriptures. Marriage is the idea of God. Therefore, we refer to Him for the directives in order to create thriving unions. So our vision is to provide a safe space in which couples can thrive together physically and emotionally, to foster a community in which couples and singles can be enriched through study and practice of the principles outlined in Scripture. We will do this through our mission. Our mission is to become the leading provider of sound, biblical, practical, and relatable knowledge and experiences for couples and singles alike, equipping them to create successful marriages through the willing application of the principles set out in Scripture. Now, for the singles, or let me not call them singles tonight, for the unattached, it is for you to kindle. That's the goal. And for those who have been matched already, the goal is for you to rekindle. Occasionally in marriage, we go through dry spells. It happens, and it can happen to all of us for a variety of different reasons. Life can become busy and difficult to balance. However, excuses aside, if you are currently in a dry spell and longing for intimacy to re-enter your marriage, it's time to act. Time now, right now, yes, tonight. The key is daily investment. You have to invest in your marriage if you want to reignite the passion and intimacy between you and your spouse. We're going to talk about some investment here. So first, we're going to invest emotionally. Do you care about the things your spouse cares about? Do you listen to your husband or wife when they talk about the things they care about? Do you encourage them when they are discouraged? Are you the first person your spouse wants to talk to when something significant happens to them? If you answered no to any of the above questions, then this point is priority number one for you. Emotional connection is so vital to intimacy within your marriage. Be intentional about asking your spouse questions about what is important to them, and even try participating in their hobby. Furthermore, when your spouse confides in you, take time to support, listen to, and challenge them in a healthy and positive way. This is good for both the single and also the married. Next, you must invest physically. How often do you and your spouse sit together on the couch and cuddle? When is the last time you and your spouse had sought out? Do you kiss often? Yeah. Is there a fair share of both passionate and non-sexual tender touching going on between the two of you? If not, a great way to reignite intimacy in your marriage is to initiate physical contact. Don't be afraid to make the first move. No matter how long it has been, touch and kiss has often worked, and it's still a work. Hold hands and spend time embracing one another. Most importantly, meet your spouse with grace as the two of you figure out how to get the ball rolling again. If the first and second time you tried it, didn't work out, well, you know the thing already. If at first you try and it don't work, try again. Now, lastly, you must invest financially. Yeah. This is often a hard question to face, but where are you investing your money? Are your personal hobbies taking more change out of the bank than your marriage? I want to make this sounds like anybody on here. Are you often telling your marriage, no, it's too expensive? If you and your spouse were seriously ill, wouldn't you take them to the doctor to get treatment? Well, I'll answer for you. Absolutely. So if your marriage becomes sick, why wouldn't you seek help? Why wouldn't you invest in your marriage to keep it from getting sick? Why wouldn't you invest so much into your marriage that you can achieve the kind of outcome that you're looking for? It's a universal truth that where you invest your financial resources is often the winning ticket to what controls and motivates your emotions and your heart. For us on this platform, it will be our marriage. For the persons who are single, it's going to be us all together. The truth is, this is what we are called to do. Our intent must be to invest the absolute best that we can have, the absolute best in terms of an outcome. So once again, I want to thank you for joining us in this, our virtual Match and Attach Ignite and Reignite Conference 2023. Thank you very much.
I told you it was going to be short and spicy. So I'm pretty sure you were listening just now. Thank you, Rob Dan, for sharing those amazing, interesting, important, valuable points with us. And so I'm just going to quiz my audience right now to see if you were actually listening to some of those points. So can you give me 4 of those points that Rob Dan raised just now? That would be very, very, very vital in a marriage. And for us as a holistic person before we even get into marriage. So if you can fire away those things at me, go ahead and fire. Some of those points that he raised, just know, remind me, because I'm the one over here who completely forgot about them. So you tell me about them. Tell me about those points that he just raised as we talk about some of the things that are very, very important. Thank you to S. Blackwood. Yes, invest in your marriage before it gets sick. So any point, what were some of the points and areas that he suggested that we can work on? So if you're already married, you're working on you're working on those. And if you're yet to get married, you are preparing yourself. You are making sure that you are whole in those categories so that you can fulfill and lead that positive and strong and successful marriage, right? So give me some of the areas that we need to invest in, right? So be the person who your partner wants to share things with. Yes, regular sex, nothing too expensive to invest in your marriage. I tell you, Mrs. Stoller, you are here to work with me tonight, you know. Thank you. Right? Anything else that he mentioned that we can really, really work on, or making sure that we're getting in that mind frame if we are yet to get married. So spending time with each other, take time out to communicate. Thank you, right? And invest in good intimacy. And tell you what, that is just the tip of the iceberg, you know, because you're gonna have a lot more discussion coming along those lines. Thank you, Mr. Rabdan. Thank you, Reverend Nicholas, for sharing so concisely, right, and succinct tonight on those really, really important pointers. Because sometimes when we generalize, we don't tend to look at those little specific small steps that we can take to reach that big thing, you know. And oftentimes we just say, pray about it, and nothing is wrong. Yes, we do. But sometimes we need those small steps when we pray. Now, how do I activate? What are those small steps that I must take that's going to help bring about that change and help me to be the whole person within my marriage? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I hope you guys are taking notes, because you see, I wrote them down, you know. So it was just testing you to see what you if you were listening. Because as I tell you, I'm not here alone. And I'm still yet to see quite a few more people put their video on. I was told that we have, if you were invited by a member on PV, if you could just type, if you could just type the name of the person or the people who invited you tonight, just drop the name in the comment for me and drop your name. Tell me, where in Jamaica, America, Canada, or the UK are you tuning in from tonight? Let me know. Drop it in the chat. I am here to read them out loud. I'm not wearing my glasses, but I can read them out loud. Don't worry. Tell me, where are you tuning in from? And if you're invited by somebody, who invited you here tonight? Who sent you the Zoom link? Who sent you the flyer? Who invited you here tonight? So we have Spanish Town Jam Dung. All right, Mrs. Toller, thank you. St. Elizabeth is in the building. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Welcome. And you were invited by the Rabdan. So that's 1 point to the Rabdans over there. Oh, we have Kadeen White from Florida. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who invited you? If you can just drop it in the chat. If you got a special invitation from someone on PV, or if you came across it on Facebook as you were scrolling, you know, you can share it with us. You know, oftentimes when you go on those websites and you're trying to apply for a job and they said, where did you hear about this website or whatever? You see newspaper, a friend of a friend. So tell us, how did you hear about the conference, right? Me just know, so I see the link and come. Yes, because it is out there on Facebook and on Instagram and YouTube as well. All right. Thank you for telling me that you're a regular listener. So we have Spalding's Clarendon in the building. Big up yourself. I went to Knox College, so we know Spalding's well. Big up yourself. Okay, some people received an email. Lovely communication going on there. And we have someone here, Claudia Stones from Orlando, Florida. Welcome. Welcome. Jamaica in the building. Right. And someone, Cindy, being invited by the Steady Show and the Rabdans, but we know they are no stranger to PV. Anyways, Pillow Talk. So we welcome. We have people from over there in the cool Mandeville. welcome, big up yourself. Make sure, guys, I'm not the only one. If you don't mind, as we're welcoming our guests, if you could just put your glass up to your camera and make a cheers, 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 cheers as we welcome our guests, whatever it is you are sipping, drinking, just cheers it in the video for me to just welcome those tuning in from Kingston. Oh, we have someone from Japan. Lovely. The link was shared by Mrs. Dwayne Millen. Welcome. I presume for you right now, it's already almost late morning over there in Japan. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Cheers, cheers to those who are holding up their glass and their bottles and whatever it is on screen tonight. Welcome, welcome. And from London, Amelia in the building. Welcome, welcome. Grab yourself your glass. I want each and every one of you to feel welcome on the platform tonight. We welcome the Steady Show, right? And as we proceed tonight, as we become we get more and more interactive, go ahead and put your questions in the chat if you have them, and just continue to interact with us through the chat, right? And as our panel get ready, we're going to spotlight them as they get ready. And just building on part of what Rev was talking, our panel will be discussing, right, tonight, before I say I do, right, and knowing, having a little bit more information about who is the one, and as we discuss that. And on our panel tonight, to have this discussion, we do have Lady Marja, right, who already share a relationship status with us on here tonight. We have Dwayne and the Lewises. They're going to be here tonight to talk about, before I say I do, and other aspects of marriage, right? As you listen and as we discuss on the panel, feel free to ask your questions. I always say to the children I teach, and this can also be applied to us, no questions are ever too silly, right? If you genuinely want to know something, fire away your question, because this is the right platform for it to be answered for you, right? So as our tech team get ready to spotlight those who should be on the panel tonight, so we can have this discussion, I'm also going to invite to the panel tonight Rob Dunn, right, to be a part of this communication as we lead out on the talk. What are the things, right, that we need to put in place before we say I do, to have in mind, you know, how we prepare ourselves. And as we do that, great. Just waiting for, thank you. Welcome, Lady Marja. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome. Dwayne, welcome, welcome. Hopefully I am not butchering your name, so please do forgive me. But welcome. And we're just waiting on the Lewises and Rob Dunn to show up on screen. And I see someone put it in the chat, Lady Teacher, the singles representing. So all the single ladies, come on, all the single ladies representing. And we have the lovely couple, the Lewises, and we are now going to have Rob Dunn is going to be leading this discussion. Awesome. Welcome, 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 everyone. I hope you're already feeling well researched, well versed, and ready to talk about the topic. I see Rev having his sip, so I'm just going to hand over to Rev right now.
I was hoping I was going to get a break, but nonetheless, we're going to go right into it. We know that marriage is a big thing, and preparation for marriage is even more bigger. And so this evening, everything that we're going to be discussing is going to come from the whole concept of before I do. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is to quickly just hand each of my my panelists, you know, I'm going to give them a minute to go ahead and just discuss, you know, share with us some useful tips. What comes to mind? What is important to you? And it's only 1 minute. You get, when it comes on to before I do. All right. So I'm going to look over on the side there where my very good friend is. And by the way, these are all my good friends, by the way. But I'll call on Lady Duana this time. Lady Duana, we want to hear you. Talk to us about the topic before I do. What is it that stands out for you? Yeah,
Yes.
good evening.
Yes, man. Good evening, everyone. I've been enjoying, what has been said so far, and it's good to see your lovely faces on my screen. I see my schoolmate Nadia right there. So big up yourself. And I like Miss Sidella with her feathers. Let me just use my minute wisely, because I didn't know it was a minute, so I have like 5 things here that I wanted to share. But a scripture came to mind when I saw the topic before I say I do. And the scripture was from Matthew 24, 48. For in the days before the flood, people were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, up to the day Noah entered the ark. And this came to my mind because one of the issues with some people before they say I do is that they idolize marriage. The marriage becomes a kind of a distraction to them. So before you say I do, one of the first things I want to say to you is to ensure that marriage itself is not, a distraction to you, but that entering into this covenant relationship, that you know exactly what you are getting yourself into. Because it's beautiful, marriage is wonderful. Listen, I couldn't find all the emojis in the world to put in the chat to tell you how blessed I am in my marriage. I am happily married. But at the same time, I know that it's a great responsibility, and that one of the aspects to marriage is the fulfillment of purpose. And that another part of it is that it is ministry. And so when my husband is feeling down, or when I'm feeling down, we encourage each other in the Lord. And I don't look at my husband as my deliverer, right? So one of the things I want to say to you, before you say I do, ensure that you're not into idolatry. When it comes on to marriage, it reminds me of Daniel chapter 3, with Nebuchadnezzar, who ordered the creation of this golden statue. Because you see, in some of our minds, we have this perfect image of a perfect man we're going to marry someday. And he's large, head him big, him take up a lot of space. Him wear a suit and tie, and him drive one big silver Hilux, and him work in a corporate Jamaica, and him earn $6 million. And that is the man that you must marry. And that is the idol that we have in our mind until the Lord says otherwise. And then we find that we're struggling with what decision we are to make. Before you say I do, ensure that God is the object of your desire. Before you say I do, ensure you're walking in godliness and purity. Robin, I don't know if these are the things you wanted me to come on the platform and talk tonight. Yeah? But up on the right track?
I want to be there for learning and learning. So just go
Oh,
and talk.
all right. Godliness and purity are key before you say I do. So if you want to get into that marriage where you're going to be honored, your body is going to be respected, your thoughts are going to be respected, you're going to ensure you're rightly aligned, you have to ensure that God is first and foremost in your life, that you are godly. And so you don't choose a spouse who is going to have a problem when you want to pray before you sleep, or you want to get up and pray, or you want to go to prayer meeting and Bible study. If not, dry your frock and say, look here, we can't bother with all of this foolishness. Ensure that you are godly so that you can discern somebody who is godly. Ensure you are walking in purity so that you can have the standard of purity that's going to sustain your marriage. Ensure that you get to know yourself. This is a big deal because some people go into marriage not sure of who they are, not sure of what they like. And so the spouse that they marry, they begin to morph into that person. They like whatever the person likes. Them not have no answer for themselves. They don't know what makes them happy. They don't know what they enjoy doing. Because he's going rock climbing, you must go rock climbing too. And you weigh 300 pounds and you can't climb no rock. So you have to ensure that before you go into marriage, you know yourself. And I always tell people this too, before you go into marriage, make sure, I know it kind of sounds a little way, but make sure that you have your own things. Bring something to the marriage too now. Bring something to the marriage too. You cannot go into marriage depending heavily solely on one individual to meet all your needs. You have to come to the marriage as a healed, whole, person. Come to the marriage with a mind to serve and to give and to share. You can't come in there with your selfishness and say, listen, what is for me, and what is for him is for me. And that's what some people do. And so they come into marriage and it becomes a tug of war. And it's a big disappointment when you find that your spouse is not willing to go that direction with you. So come to the marriage with a kind of servant's heart. You are there to meet each other's needs and to build each other up. And I'm winding down, Rob Dan, because they say 1 minute. Ensure you know your identity. I'm just breezing through, right? Because I want to give the panelists time. Ensure that you know your identity in Christ. This is a big one. Listen now. It's not just about you. Marriage is ministry. And in this world that we're living in, where we see the homosexual agenda, and they are getting married too, we have to stand firm in who we are as the children of God. And as a child of God, I realize nowadays that there is this divorce thing that's going around. It's like if you have a little problem, there are irreconcilable differences. That's what them call it now, right? The nice way of saying we can't agree. Irreconcilable differences, and everybody splits, and them just go find who them want to marry. Listen, it don't look good. It don't look good, none at all. Because as the children of God, we should be in the institution that God designed. We should take pride in that. And we should be the ones to enjoy it, and we should be the ones to promote it in a godly way. And so when we separate from each other because look, me and you can't agree, it calls into question our godliness. Listen, I believe that if two Christians separate, somebody is not godly. Two godly people now go walk away from their marriage. Somebody is out of line. Some deception is taking place. Something gone wrong. So your identity in Christ is important. Another side to that is when you get into your marriage, before you say I do, you have to secure your identity, because who are you as a child of God? Really, as a daughter of God, who are you as a son of God? Who are you? Do you know that you are loved by your Heavenly Father? Do you know it? Do you believe it? Or are you at the position where you're still working for God's approval? Do you have all of these insecurities taking you over every step of the way? I recently read an article where I think he was telling me, Pastor, they mix up bad panda something they know. And it said that the woman does not want to show her husband her body. The man was complaining that his wife doesn't want to get naked in front of him. These are insecurities. And as Christians, sometimes we have some wrong ideas about even sex that we have to get healed before we enter into. I don't know if you want to go there so tonight. Can we come to the things that we know? Before you get into marriage, some of those things have to be healed. You're going to get married. Your husband is going to want to have sex. And let me tell you something. Learn the biological makeup. It's important. Your husband is not going to just look at you and say, you know, she's having a headache, and every night you're having headache, and him not gonna get tired of that because he's so understanding. The man have needs. It's a biological thing. He need a release, and you have to release it, pan. So you have to go into marriage understanding these things and not thinking to yourself, oh, sex, I can't say the word.
Is that on or in? I'm just checking.
On
is that on or in?
you know, you have right? No. Yes, I know you're going to ask me, Nicholas. I know, right? You have to find your security in God as a child of God. You have to be sure of who you are. How does the love of God secure you? And how do you abide in God? Listen, I know every problem. Let me tell you this. Let me take off my glasses and tell you this. You see, as a married person, you see, if you love talk, make God fix it from now, please. If you love God, road and tell your friend X and tell your mother that and tell your father that and tell your sister and tell your brother every problem you have, let the Lord heal your lips. Because guess what? You see, when you're in marriage, whatever the problems and challenges are, is between you, your husband, and the Lord Jesus Christ. And let the Lord work it out. And if it comes to a point where you need additional counseling, then you go to that direction. But you don't run around town and tell everybody your husband is your husband. That sometimes I sit on Twitter and I see some of the things that people tweet about their husbands, and I really wonder to myself, where is the honor and respect for this person who you call your husband? So you have to be careful and know that your relationship with God is not just to make you look fancy and make you look spiritual. Your relationship with God is that place where you go to, you abide there, and you tell the Lord whatever the problems or the needs are, and let Him bring deliverance to you. People talk about marriage and they sound like they're struggling, and it is the worst thing in the world. But you know, one of the things,
You know where I go. You know where I go pick up though. We're going to pick up in a lady the way there. So now give about 30 more seconds. So you can seal up.
yeah, because I'm wrapping up now. Right? Next thing I want to share with you, put God in charge. Before you say I do, come out of the driver's seat. Trust God. Put God in charge. I have here switch driver, don't switch gears. Some people say, come out of the driver's seat and then put God in charge, but them still I go vroom, 100, 120 on the stretcher road. No, you have to let God take over. You can't be the driver and enjoy the journey at the same time. Finally, be healed. Yes, Tidra know me long time. Be healed, right? Careful of the expectations that you have. Understand what is real love. Go read 1 Corinthians 13, right? Remember John 3:16, love is sacrifice. You can't see somebody love you and they're not willing to sacrifice no time, no money, nothing for you, right? One of the filters I used when I wanted to know if somebody really loved me, go read 1 Corinthians 13. Love is patient. If you can't patient with me, you don't love me. Go on about your business. Love is kind. It doesn't envy. It doesn't boast. It doesn't keep score of wrongs. If me buck you up as a man and you picky and all up things in your heart, me nah married you. Right? Before you say I do know these things and be very clear what you're getting into, brother. I'm done. I'm done.
Listen, you see how you make me feel like give me bad name, but that's straight me this. We say finally my bridging. You know, I'm Paul, I must cousin. Finally my bridging about 6 times before the chapter. But you know, a lot of valuable information was shared. I won't make a comment yet because we're running into hearing what my other team members have to say tonight. So you know what? I'm gonna just throw it over to the Lewises. I don't know if them are gonna just condense on the 1.5 minutes. I don't know. Let's hear.
Yeah. Good night, everybody. Thanks for having us again. It's always a pleasure to share. I'll take it from the perspective of an analogy, which is very relatable. And the view on marriage is that marriage is a union. And just as, you know, we saw the other day, the whole wage increase by public sector workers in Jamaica and how the unions had to step in. And the function of the union in that case is to, you know, really speak on the behalf of. And it is something that we have to be ready to do in going into the union that is marriage. A union that is, you know, sealed by God. A union that is sealed by our belief that God, you know, really appreciates when a man and a woman comes together in matrimony. And before we do that, we have to be ready to undertake and to really own the functions of a union, you know, tolerance, patience, love, and you can only represent someone well, or, you know, speak on behalf of someone, act on behalf of someone, act in the interest of someone that you love when you first fix the things that are, you know, wrong with you. So the whole idea is before you say I do, you have to ensure that you actually can before you say I do. You know, because you're saying I do to a lot of things. It involves, you know, richer for poorer, for sickness, through sickness and in health, you know, and some of us, we bound what we expect marriage to be in certain things like money, appearances, material things. And it does state in the contract of marriage that those things can change, but your mind cannot change about it. So you have to be prepared to really step up to the plate, to be there as a union representative for your partner in every aspect of your marriage. So before you go into it, prepare yourself for that. I always say, to my wife, to my friends, that when you're going into marriage, don't expect it to be A-OK from day one, even year one, year two, because what you have to realize is that when you get married, whether you get married at 18, 19, 20, or 50, from birth to that particular age, that person knew a particular way of living. They understood life a particular way. And so one of the greatest things that you can have is, if you truly are ready to love someone, you have to have tolerance. There are differences in upbringing that you have to be able to, tolerate, and to an extent, when the time is right, come to some sort of agreement and it's some sort of middle ground. So if you're not somebody that is rational, if you're not somebody that is tolerant, you're not patient, and if your love is dependent on circumstances, marriage is not for you. So before you say I do, ensure that you have the mindset of being in a union.
And in addition
Amen.
to that, because in our one and
I
a
think
half
that one,
minutes, in addition to that, what a lot of people tend to take marriage for is the wedding day. And marriage is much more than the wedding day. So the wedding day, you're in your nice white gown or whatever color you're wearing, and you have all the lovely things happening on the day. But that is just one minute aspect of marriage. Marriage is what comes after the wedding day, when you're seeing the true nature, everything about this person. Now you're seeing it, and some of the things you're seeing for the first time. What are you going to do? So before you say I do, you need to know that it is not something that as soon as something comes up, I'm going to split. This is it. I'm not going to be tolerating this, because you have to learn, like Ethan says, that you're going to have to be tolerating many things. And so you can't go into this thing being selfish and only for yourself, and once it affects you, then it's the end of the world. If you have that mindset, you're going to have problems, and it is going to lead to divorce. And a lot of people tend to say, what God put together, let no man put asunder. But another thing we need to focus on is it God who is putting us together? Because some of us, I don't even know if we want the marriage. A lot of people enter in marriage not because they want marriage so much, but because of the legality of sex. So it's the legal right to have sex. You're a Christian, especially. You're a young Christian. You want to be able to have sex without feeling guilty. And so a lot of people enter marriages, and then we say, what God put together, let no man put asunder. But like I've said in countless times, a lot of the times the marriages are falling apart because God did not put them together. And so we have to have discerning spirits to figure out, because I saw somebody asked in the chat earlier when I was speaking, the person said, suppose the person pretend to be godly. That's where the discerning spirit comes. And trust me, God always reveals. But it's the thing that a lot of people don't like to listen to God if it is not in accordance to what they think or what they believe. So just listen to the voice of God, pray about it, fast about it. And if God says nay, it is a nay. And if God says yea, it is a yea. And if he has said yea, then he'll equip you. He'll give you everything you need to be successful in that marriage.
So I have a question away for say, but I just go on to the lone single person on the platform. And I see how me I pray hard for her get attached soon, and she are promoting as me I promote things, because me have a wedding when me I prepare for go. I don't want to play the tune when me I get ready to come drop for her. Listen! And this me a compare you with me a did I know.
When I found you,
Mr. Martha.
found somebody who cared.
No, just so I know me a complain. No, and my team is actually here and I'm not gone yet. I have some questions for them. Let me go on over to Lady Marja. Marja, when you think about wedding for you, marriage for you now, you know, what does, before I say I do, what does that look like for you?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Listen, when I was asked to speak about before you say I do, I'm like, isn't this something that married people supposed to come and talk about? I wouldn't ask a single person to talk about this. And I've never said I do, but I've said yes to an engagement, but that didn't work out. However, when I think about marriage, I know I've come now to accept that it's an institution created by God and it's something that God desires for us. Prior to now, in the 30s, when I was in my 20s, I saw marriage as bondage, something that is going to stop you from having fun, living the life that you want. But God has renewed my mind, thank God. And so now I accept it and I desire to get married. When I think about, before you say I do, getting married, what comes to mind is investing in self. And that's against the backdrop of Proverbs 18 that says, he who findeth a wife findeth a good thing, which suggests that you're in some way prepared at a wife state. So the man not just showing up and say, let me make her, fix her, and give her all the things she needs to become a wife. You are in a position, I'm in a position to, when he takes on and I say I do, that he can say, I found a good thing. So invest in self in the sense of emotionally, how emotionally strong or emotionally prepared am I to share myself? How secure am I in my own identity? Being mindful that when I'm getting in a relationship, the man is not coming to complete me, to make me who I am. I'm already secured, I'm already complete. What we're going to be doing is to join together in holy matrimony, and I'm going to complement him and he's going to complement me. Financially prepared, I believe that's what we need to do that. Granted, when I say I do, we're going to pool resources, but it doesn't make sense. I just expect him to come with all his money. I mean, I have nothing. I mean, 1 + 1 make 2. If him have 1, then he going cut in half. So I need to financially be in a position that I can contribute to the relationship spiritually. Definitely, that's a big thing. As a Christian, a major part of my life is my relationship with God, which comes first. So I need to be spiritually sound, and so read my Bible, pray, have my relationship with God, so that when the man comes, I can have the discernment. I can ask God, is this the person? Is this the one? Because people can show up and they can look a particular way, they can sound a particular way. But when you ask God, God will show you exactly who the person is and reveal who the person is to you. Physically, I think that I need to be physically ready, look good, ready for the different positions and all of them things that marriage comes with.
Yes.
We're ready for that. And so I think that is also important. And importantly is to know what qualities the man have. What am I willing to live with? Because there's some things that you can say deal or no deal. I need to know what I can deal with and what I can't deal with. So that is important to me. And also there's this part that we often neglect, is the unequally yoked, whether or not the person is somebody that you can join with, who God will approve of, who you know you can relate to, because God gave me gifts and he has placed a purpose on my life in the same way he gives the man gifts and purposes. And if it is that when I take him on, that is going to hinder me from walking in purpose, then I don't need to be in that. If he takes me on and that will hinder him from walking into purpose and it's God-given assignment, then we don't need to take each other on. And sometimes we think that unequally yoked is only when the person is unsaved. Sadly, in Christendom, there's some denominational differences that can create havoc. So it's important, I think, to focus on that before you say I do. Can I go to your church and know that the doctrine, the principles that are being taught are things that I want to take on? Can you come to my church? Can we coexist in our relationship with God, fulfill our purpose? Yes. Can we do that? And the minute wind down, I would want to reiterate the whole point of being a whole person, to love yourself. In the past, young and thinking that the man should come and love you and do everything to just make you feel so secure, but you need to be secure. I know that I need to be secure. I need to love me so that I can also love the person, because I strongly believe that we can't give away what we don't have. And so if I don't love myself, if I don't know myself, then it's difficult to pour love on the person that I will say I do to. And to understand fully that with or without the man, God has made me enough. I am enough. And so when the man comes, when I say I do, I'll be complimenting him. I will be his helpmeet and not looking for him to complete me.
All right, there you go. Solid points coming across, and we have heard some points. I've heard my very Christian sisters be very Christian about their very approach. And so I have a follow-up question, because I know I don't have a lot of time left. I have a follow-up question. There was a verse that was quoted that I will follow up with it further on. Much of what was said has to do, a lot of what has to do with it has to do with things that are spiritual, persons being godly, and all of those kind of things. I will submit to my panel tonight, and they'll just respond. Is that it is said that and there's actually research to show that among Protestant churches, when you look at the rate at which the percentage of persons that are getting divorced, they are within the church. And in fact, they are not persons who are inactive, they are active persons. In fact, they're among the pew, they're among the big podiums, they are there as well. A lot of things when we look at the data that points to why people are actually divorcing. Believe it or not, has nothing to do with speaking in tongues or worshiping or praising God or any of it. Has nothing to do with prayer or none of those things. People are getting married, getting divorced by a lot of things. People are unwilling to forgive, which is quite similar to what we saw when Moses instructed that, listen, write a bill of divorce because of the hardness in your heart. That's one. People are not willing to forgive. That's another one. We have the monetary issue that are out there. These are some core things that people struggle with, right? Another thing why people are leaving is because people are simply not attracted to the person. So I've heard that person married because of different reasons. You might want to legalize that thing now, or you might feel obligated because you're under pressure to go ahead and do these things. But, are there any other practical thing that persons need to be looking forward to? People are now at the process of deciding that they're going to get married. They want to be able to choose these right person. What are those practical tips? I know that among the faith community, we do think that faith is tangible, but a lot of things, when people listen on here, how do I still pick this right person? How do I know the right person? What are those things that I am looking for in this individual? What are these qualities that are popping up? And should I just interpret that just because someone has not yet been baptized, that one can't be the one, that one is not from the Lord? So I just want to know if persons who are not baptized can't be great husbands, so that they can't be great wives either. So I'm gonna toss that back to my panel and hear their response, and then I'll say something.
Hey, let me try to tackle this one, Pastor Robdan. One of the things I tell young people when they come to me is, if you're gonna get married, marry what you're attracted to. If you like big guy girl, marry a big guy girl. If you like woman with big foot calf, marry a woman with big foot calf. Right? But don't try to spiritualize it to the extent that you say, I have no attraction to this person, but I love how they pray. I love how they pray, and because I love how they pray, or I love how she sings, or I love her zeal for God, I'm going to marry this person. But when you look at the person, you're not attracted to them physically. And so sometimes that's why you find people's eyes roaming, because people who are passing them by have the qualities that they want, right? And they look at their wife or their husband and they're dissatisfied. So one of the things you can actually do is to know what you like. And when you find somebody who has the spiritual aspect intact and has also the physical aspect intact, then now you can say, let me approach this particular person. For the guys, let me approach this particular person.
So I'm to
Yes.
interpret from your response that if a person is not baptized, Holy Ghost filled, sanctified, water baptized,
No,
that is not a good husband.
Never touch that part. Remember now that
I
baptism
want to
doesn't
know you.
save anyone. No man, let me get into it. Baptism doesn't save anyone, right? Baptism doesn't save anyone. When you accept Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, right, you become a child of God.
All right, that's somebody now step up and say, Jesus, may I walk with you. So this person is not a good husband, will not make a good husband, and you're not going to make a great family. Is that what is to be interpreted?
All right. The reason this might be controversial is because if this person has not gotten baptized, he has not made any profession of this faith, no public declaration for anybody to hold him accountable. So let me ask, where does this person serve in the body of Christ? Is this person a member of a church? Is this person serving anywhere? How is this person living out the faith that he has claimed to accept? So, and that is, I'm gonna say this, Robdan, because you have to be careful. There are persons who they stay in their bedroom and they say, okay, I accept Jesus Christ. But at the same time, where is the godly accountability over this person's life? You come and you meet this person and the person says, yeah, Jesus, me say man, but say me not go to church. Say me not find a church yet, but a Jesus me say all the way. Okay, so you said Jesus. Well, who holds you accountable as a young Christian then? And how can I know that when I profess to love you and you're dating me and courting me and so on, you're not going to ill-treat me and then say, I did not know better? You have to be careful that, your private devotion and your private acceptance of Jesus Christ, right, doesn't cause you to step out of line. At the end of the day, we all need godly accountability. So I don't know, Robin, if you're asking if this person says he's saved, is not baptized, if that is a relationship that a Christian woman or guy can have.
No, I'm piggybacking. I've seen persons married to persons who they're not, I mean, it's just that they've just not connected themselves to a church, but moral individual. And I hasten to add here, and I'm going to be batting a little bit. I'm going to sound like an opponent tonight, much of what I'm saying, because I think it's necessary for me to give this other aspect of it, because sometimes I think that Christians also need to maintain that level of balance, because a lot of times Christians do look to one side without looking at the other areas that are also important. You mentioned about abuse, which is something I'm really against, right? But I've seen more Holy Ghost filled, anointed, gifted people abuse people emotionally, neglect them as well. You see what I'm saying? So I'm just trying to push out there. Shall I just write off somebody out there because they have not yet taken this very bold step and say this person can be a wife or this person can't be? Surely, I personally believe that there must be a level of shared faith, and we must have a level of something in common in terms of what we're trying to achieve, where we're trying to go. But I'm asking, should I write off somebody? Say, good friend Marja here, someone who is quite conscious, hardworking person, loving, caring person, just have not yet submitted to a particular church. Is not anti-God, it's not anti church? Is it that this person is not, is just because he not make the move there, he is not going to be a good husband and not a candidate to be considered? That's perhaps what I'm driving at.
Just not make the move. I want to clarify. When he said just not make the move,
I mean, I've not,
accept the Lord.
I've not gone.
He's not yet a Christian.
Yeah. Oh, by our definition, by what we classify to be a person who have accepted Christ and is now walking with them. Maybe not even baptized. Maybe I've never been challenged to make that decision before. Because we have to understand that people do have unique backgrounds. I've seen persons who have just never been. You see, many of us go to Protestant churches. We have mother and father who kept saying, you need to give your heart to the Lord. So we have always been pushed. There's some people come from more, liberal homes that nobody has ever really pushed them and they have never really made that step. So shall I just interpret that because this person has not made this move, as important as it because of how important it is, this person is not good enough to be a spouse? That's just what I'm getting at.
I don't know that we can just look at somebody based on and decide that they can't be a good spouse. The truth be told, though, if we look at statistics, you look in the world, there are some marriages that last longer than those that are in the kingdom, in Christendom, versus those who are saved, sanctified.
That's what I'm getting.
Saved, sanctified, and the marriages don't work out. However, what we would want to put on the table, the scripture said, by their fruits you shall know them. And if someone has a desire for God, who wants to serve the Lord, then you're going to see it in their action, in the way they talk, in the way they behave. You will see it. There are some things that you can pretend about, and there are some things that it will just come out over time. What we don't want, what I wouldn't want for us to say is, so if you're not a Christian and if you're a Christian and somebody approach you, a man approach you, or a woman, right? If it's a female, the guy approach her and he's not saved, is to say, boy, you know what? I'm gonna just try him out and see if it will work out. If someday he must say yes to God. If you think that God will approve of that, then yeah. If God would not approve of that, then it's something to put on the forefront and to say, you know what, I'm going to talk to God about this. Because ultimately, in our choice of relationship, being it you're male or female, at the end of the day, we're going to have to give an account to God for the decision, for the choices that we make. So I wouldn't say that because somebody is not saved, they can't be a good spouse, be it male or female. However, you'd want to caution, if it is that you're saved, you want to be in a relationship with someone who knows God, is getting to know God. Because the truth is, we're all at different stages. Because two of us can get married. You have been saved since you were 16, and I just get saved when I'm 22. And the person who got saved when they're 22 are more mature in their relationship. They know more about the word of God. They have a deeper relationship with God than the person who have been saved for a long time. So importantly, we're not writing off persons because they are not saved to say that they cannot be a good spouse. However, if a Christian is going to take on a relationship, ideally you want to be welcome in a relationship with someone who knows God and is getting to know God more.
Okay. All right. Okay, got you. I see Prophet here saying somewhat also you can be a Christian and marry an unsaved. That person can now be saved by the life and influence that you have on them. I see where you're going, Prophet, and I see where the ladies are edging to. You know what? I don't know if I see marriage as a means of evangelism or a method of evangelism. I don't know if that's the intent of marriage, trying to get people to be saved. And I don't know, and you guys can baptize me after. I don't know if I necessarily consider it to be so spiritual as opposed to it being a relational, a sense of relationship between me and the individual. I personally think that we need to have something in common in terms of our faith or direction. I think this is important since I'm a Christian. These are core values I have. I believe in God, then obviously we need somebody who believes in God, who is going to be, I'm committed to God. I'm looking forward to someone who is also committed to God. So it's important that I'm seeing these as important, shared values. along with some other things that are important that I think you guys mentioned. You mentioned finances, you mentioned attraction, you mentioned some very important in terms of goals and all of that. I just don't want, for me personally, when I'm looking at it, I just don't want to be, too much to a spiritual entity, then I am looking at the other things as being equally important, because I've seen many relationships where persons have placed specific special attention to the spiritual side that we're connected. And listen, the husband might not cheat, in a spiritual relationship. When you move spiritual, the husband might not cheat, but he might not be a good saver. He might not cheat, you know what I mean, but him just not do the things that you like. Right, and that becomes a problem as well. So I think that I think the conversation has to be quite balanced in terms of these, and seeing that all of these, your faith, the things that you're mentioning, they're all values that are important to you. And you, the single person, is trying to connect with someone who has like values and value these things. And as Marja said, not just pretending, but these are qualities that they consider important and live by. All right. And I don't know if Dr. Dwayne want to prophesy on me tonight.
No. I don't but what I really believe, I was addressing your question from a different angle, because you said the person had not baptized, but the angle of this person has not accepted Jesus Christ. I believe scripture is very clear on that. And I believe we can answer definitively Old Testament or New Testament. I remember when Abraham wanted a wife to be chosen for his son Isaac, he told the servant, let him marry one of Laban's daughters and not a Canaanite woman, because Abraham understood that this Canaanite woman would have led his son away into idolatry. If God be God, serve him. You want to marry a person who is like-minded and of your faith and believe what you believe, because it's not easy to win somebody over to your side. I see somebody in the chat saying that you can marry an unsaved and that your life will influence them. Believe me, we were born in sin and shaped in iniquity. It's easier to be dragged down than to be pulled up. And so if you as a Christian want to get married, the ideal thing to do is to find somebody who believes Jesus Christ is Lord.
Absolutely. And that's what I'm saying. I'm going a step further than you. I don't just believe in Jesus is Lord. I think that Jesus is Lord is a shared value I hope to have with the person I am with, but I am already married. But it was something that was important to me. But this wasn't the only thing important to me. There are some qualities I think we don't place a lot of emphasis on. I want to know if she's a spendthrift or she's a miser, something like that. This is my English teacher. I want to know if she's loving and caring. I want to know if she's going to support me. I want to know if we can hold a reason. I want to know if we can have some conversation. I want to know if when I want her to sex up herself for me, she'll go deal with that thing for me, because I can't go bother with the slow pace thing. I like when the thing, some days me want the thing for up, and some me want the thing for up. Right? So these are things that are important to me. And what I'm saying is what a lot of Christians do, and this is just from my practice and what I've observed, is that they ignore all of these other things and then they get into marriage. Then them write their past and say the lady no one get naked in front of them. Those kind of things. I'm saying that these are conversations that need to be had.
Right,
exactly.
And that's why people date. That's why people date, Pastor Robdan. It's not just to go and sip wine and eat lobster and to laugh and to watch a movie together. You need to talk. You need to know, are you JLP, are you PNP? Can we see eye to eye politically? Are we going to homeschool children or public school? What do you think about telling our parents about this and that, and how the finance is going to go? Do you like to buy shoes or you want
Thank you.
Like,
Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
talk. You can't
Sit down.
giggle all the dating life away. You have to talk. You have to find out what do you think about sex? What do you think about oral sex? Like you have to discuss these things.
You have to go further than that. Yeah. You're interested in that kind of sex, yeah? That kind of start out, yeah? We need to know, because some man and some woman have some fetish when I come on. You understand what I'm going? So let us not speak in pure tongues. Let me get in the problem now. Let's not speak in pure tongues underneath that. Nobody interprets the man want to have sex, meaning matter or the usual penetration. Sometimes the man have some other things up their mind, woman have some things up their mind. These things must be brought on the table. I'm saying that too many people are still making decisions because the man pray good. Right? And because the man speaking tongues good and the man powerful and full of gift. And I think the church people are most at risk. And that's why I'm saying if the research is true, then we could see that there's a problem, because a lot of persons still making the same decision, one-sided direction. And I continue to say that some of these relationships is not just cheating. They might leave because the woman unsatisfied, they're unhappy, them feel bad, it feel like an uphill battle in the relationship. And so what we're saying is that as much as prayer, as much as Jesus is a shared value that you value, you must value some other things as well, right? Is this person teachable? Can we well a reason? When this person get angry when they thump on the wall, right? Because you could become the next wall. These are things we need to be having as discussion. And I'm just saying that we need to raise the importance on these subjects as much as we raise them on the spiritual issue. Probably that's
and that's why people are so quick to get married, you know. Some people are quick to get married and they don't know these things. Like you have to give yourself time to discover how does this person react when he's angry or hungry. Like you have to have time to evaluate these things. But I said something, I know Nadia wants to say something, but I said something earlier about the fact that, you know, you can be pulled down. And I want to hear from Gregory, because I see Gregory type in the chat here that perfect love has no room to pull anyone down. And I want to hear his thoughts, because I wonder if he is on the same, you know, agreeing with some of what we are saying. So Mr. Barrett, chip in and make we hear you, man, what you're saying.
Come in, General.
Are you hearing me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. My point is this, right? I've been in church for quite some time, and I've seen many relationships get destroyed because two people were married for many years, but neither of them were Christians. And then one get baptized, mainly the female. And then because the male decided that Christianity is not his thing, they separated and caused children to suffer. And in the same breath, church encouraged that female to leave the man because no, the man equally yoked. And I'm talking about a steady, good relationship where it's loving, kind to each other, providing all the securities that is necessary. It's just that the woman baptized and the man decided, so yo, church and a few things. And that is one of the things that I feel in Christian marriages that is causing a lot of damage, because I'm an advocate for this. This is something that really burns my spirit when I hear it. You have church 7 days a week or 5 days a week. There's no room left for you to create any level of intimacy with your partner. Because you have Bible study Monday, this Wednesday, youth service Friday, this every day for the week. There's no time when you get to say, look, this is a time for you to connect with your partner and live the reality of life and not just fasting and praying and going on the knees. Because I tell you this, marriage is not just about fasting and praying, it's about physical and true intimacy between partners. It's facts, it's not fairy tale. No amount of fasting, if you don't have good intimacy, won't save you, because it's two sides to a man. There's a spiritual and there's a physical. And right now, to
Emotional.
the current state, the physical man is getting the least amount of attention.
Mhm.
Come on.
Yeah,
Hey,
and in fact, Christian women are losing their husbands
come
to
on.
unsaved women,
Aye.
plain and simple. And you might
Aye.
say, oh, he wasn't in Christ, or he was not. You know, your husband is a good spiritual man before somebody turn him out into something. So ladies have the right to guard their husbands, keep him to your ball him, fire as a woman.
Hey,
Yeah.
but hold on, Greg. Me no want you go away now, cause me a come on your side, you know, because me no so. Me no want them people that, you know, me know so me have enough godly people fire. So me I go on the next side. And address some things over here. I'm going to address that scripture that is misrepresented, right? Because it's often said that to uneven yoke. By the way, when that analogy was being used, right? And might as well, we just look at the historical context of it. It just showed that, you know, when they used to yoke animals together in Israel, right? You would yoke two strong donkey together. You wouldn't put a weak donkey or a shorter donkey with a taller donkey, right? It was not practical, but at the same time, it was something that was sinful. So I want to just clarify this as here. It might not have been practical. It may not have been what was best, but it was not sinful. Nobody went to hell because they did it. When Paul made the statement, he was not just talking about Christian and unsaved, never nothing, and that was just marriage. He was addressing relationships in general. Okay, there are it could be a business relationship. If the two of you not agreeing, if the two of you not on the same page, there is an issue. So I personally have a problem with you telling somebody that they're unable you just because the person is in your mind not a Christian as the church look at it. I will also go a step further, and I'm going to put this out there with this, because I was talking to another pastor this week, which I addressed the very same issue. Just because in their mind, because they want to call, he was making a point about unbeliever and believer. I asked the question, what is the meaning of an unbeliever? You see, if the meaning of an unbeliever is anything like what Paul was actually trying to teach, it is not what we have in mind. An unbeliever is somebody who clearly does not believe in God, is someone who perhaps is a Muslim who believes in something else, right? Is perhaps an atheist who believes in something else. But you can never call someone who has simply not accepted Christ as an unbeliever. That is not practical. Because if a person who says they believe Jesus, they stand for Jesus, they have not made the commitment yet, our goal is to try and win them. Am I saying you should marry them? No. Because that's not the only qualification for someone to actually get married. The very same way I'm going to go back now to unique relationships that were established outside of. Paul never told the women in Corinthians 6 to leave their husband that they were married to before. Many of the women were concerned about that because it was widely believed that if I am married to somebody like that, then I am not sanctified. And so if I leave them, I'll become more holy or more sanctified. Paul did not tell them that. In fact, Paul encouraged them to remain together. In fact, what Paul said, the believing wife was sanctified. But notice the context here, they were married before. I am saying to anybody on here, you have a right to choose who you are partner with. You're going to get married, you have a right to choose that person. It is in your best interest to make sure you choose somebody who will not have the shared faith, shared everything that we're talking about now. But what if you're already married already? We're not telling you to get up and leave your husband or your wife. It can't work out. That's not what we're saying to you. We want to make this very clear that that is not what we're saying. And the Bible does not teach that either. All right? We're in that case, you just know that Paul was not saying you're sinful because you're unable yoke. He was simply saying it's going to be more difficult. And people who are married to unsaved would probably be able to say, well, it's true enough, because some things that we would be able to agree on and something that we would be able to, if we had that same value, would have been easier. But because it's a bit more difficult doesn't mean it's impossible for it to actually work. And in fact, you, the wife, need to become the witness now who is going to demonstrate these good qualities that is going to cause this man or this unsaved woman to actually want to you know, even if they don't become Christian, they see the godliness in you. They see you modeling this Jesus thing. So if you're already married and the scenario not fit you tonight, because please understand that before we were talking about a case where you have not yet been married, and we're looking at what is ideal. Okay. In this particular case, if you have already been married, we are saying stay with your man. If that is not a reason to leave your man, and that is not a reason for you to leave your children. That is not a reason for you to you know, you're not sinning or less holy just because you're in. That's your legal marital relationship. What God expects you to do is to model the same Christian principles as you would model it before me. So you're gonna be merciful, you're gonna be understanding, you're gonna remember, so you also were unsaved, and you're not gonna pressure him to go to church. You see, this is a problem with a lot of the women, right? When you did out there, I enjoy on yourself with the man them. The man them, you get saved and go to church. Now you want to haul and pull the man to fasting every day. And because him not going like Brother Rabdan, I'm not even know say Brother Rabdan they out there for many years, about 20 years. I look young now, but I have about 20 years with and this and do this. You understand what I'm saying? Right? So don't just come and just try to drag the man to become like me. And women like to do this too. They start compare the man with a man like Rabdan who did the about long time. And a sight I go, right? You just come into the faith. You got to be gracious because God did gracious to you and give you some years for on top of your years so that you could, you know, you could come to the Lord. So maybe if you keep demonstrating kindness, he will also come. That is a case where you're already married, right? Personally, if you're not married yet, may I tell you, say, look at the values that are important to you. These things that you're not going to compromise, right? And you're trying to connect with someone who have the, notice me not talking about your list. I'm not talking about him being tall and short, because a good man can't make himself tall or short, right? and we're not talking about handsome or ugly. It's important, but we're not talking about that because a man can't fix him face or not unless you have to go bleach or do some surgery. Can't do nothing about that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about values that are important to sustaining a good relationship. Someone who you can reason with, someone who is open to learn. I say him a bright, but him willing to learn. Suppose you can teach him a two things and him sit down and listen to you and say, babes, that's true you're talking. Let me address that. So just address that. We are not telling nobody we're married to them good husband just because you get safe to walk with your husband. That's not it. All right? Good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Greg, for making me snip that little piece in tonight. Because I don't want no husband call me and say, tell their wife I left them. All right, we are going to get ready to wrap up this segment and move to our next segment. We have a panelist still hot still, but we are going to give them this time not 30 seconds. Hope them stick to 30 seconds. So, you know, just give us any final statement that they want. See the lovely moderator sit down and watch you and pray hard till we done. So we're going to know. So we can get into our next segment. I want to also say to persons at this time, if I can use, we have put together, I don't want to call it book because a tool, because every topic where you read, when you're done, you must determine if you're ready or if the man will pursue you or the person will you pursue, if them ready. All right. And so may I plug it there for you to look out for that. Me think is a tool. Me think it's going to help you in the end to make a decision. And if you're married already, yeah man, someone will never get no good counseling. So it's a very good thing for you to actually go through and look at. I think it is relatable because we were very honest and transparent, but not just that, because we have used our expertise in the area to put together something that is practical, easy to use, and is like a constant. All right, so on the lookout for that. It's called Before You Say I Do. All right, but let me just hand back to my very hardworking panel who have shared with us, and then we get ready to move back to Trinidad.
We will start with Lady Margie first, if that's okay.
I'm sorry, I had to change device. What was the question?
If you could just give your last statement on the topic that we just discussed.
on the before you say I do, my last statement would be for persons who are single is to understand that singleness is not something to get over, to rush out of. While you're in it, get to know who you are, be comfortably in your own skin, and trust God to direct you to find the right person. And when you find the person, be practical. As Rev said, it's not just about the spiritual, but we're physical beings, and so we have to exist. It's important that way. Be prepared to be vulnerable with the person, share who you are, learn who the person is, who you're getting into the relationship with for marriage, and understand that you are enough, the person is enough, and you're going to be complementing each other.
Thank you. Dwayne?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you, Sister Marjolaine. Let me just wrap up by saying God can be trusted. God can be absolutely positively trusted with your heart and with your life. There is this idea out there that if I trust God to bless me with a marriage, He's gonna give me what I don't want. For example, I did not want two things. I never want to marry no pastor. I never want to marry no policeman. And I was so afraid. I never want no short man. I never want a fat man. I told God exactly who I wanted, what I wanted. I want somebody handsome. They must have ambition and he must love you. And that's the requirement I had. And the Lord absolutely blessed me with the most wonderful husband. I not complain about. I must be miserable, right? And so I just want to say God has proven himself to me. And like he has proven to me, he'll do the same for you. He can be trusted. Just tell him exactly what you want. Tell him what you want and allow him to shape your desires as well, because you will find that your desires will conform to his desires for you. And allow the Lord to lead you, and God will bless you. And God bless everyone on here tonight. Yeah, man. I love Gregory and Sidella's vibe I see going on down there. It's beautiful to see with our feather them and our police cap. Yes. So God bless all of you tonight. And just know God can be trusted. And that's what I leave with you. Yeah, man.
Thank you. And to the Lewises.
Yeah, I'm just echoing the sentiments of the fellow panelists. You know, marriage is a commitment, and a marriage that is rooted in God is both a commitment to your spouse and to God. And so if you are, not a person who does well with committing, you'll find it very difficult, because it does take commitment to do things, to take actions, and to look at things in a particular way that you, in your stubbornness, do not want to look at it that way. And so it takes commitment to be able to say to yourself, I am willing to compromise in certain areas. And just before the I do, you have to be willing to identify in yourself as a person, in your singularity, whether or not you are ready to commit to plurality.
I'm not going to say anything else, so I'll just leave it at that.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I'm just going to take this time to say thank you so much to, our panel, the panelists who just came on well prepared, well versed, well researched with their experiencing and shared so beautifully. And so I'm going to ask each and every one of you who is online tonight, if you could just unmute and let us give our panelists a big round of applause, because I think, the information, it was so very, very, very informative. And I tell you, if you're on here and you're single, I'm sure tonight you're walking away with some good food. And if you're here and you're already married, I'm pretty sure tonight you're also walking away with some good food, with some applicable food. And that's the beauty of knowledge and information. And these are the things, and I really love that heavyweight discussion between over spiritualizing marriage and relationships to the point where sometimes we neglect that we are still physical being, you know. And I really love how that information is actually coming to light so that we can actually learn more about these things and we can start operating holistically, not just from a spiritual sense, but holistically. Because after we do the fasting and prayer, we still have to do the small steps. We still have to take our time to go through. So I am really, really grateful to have listening on this amazing discussion, you know, and it's coming from the singles point of view, and it's also coming from the marriage point of view. So thank you. And to those who are so engaged in the chat, thank you so much. There is a question in here that I hope that we can go back to if we have time, but if not, I'm pretty sure PV, we can post this question on Facebook with within the Couples Corner page, or the, you know, and we can provide some answers in there and continue the discussion. But I'm very, very grateful for all, you know, the quick wins and the tips that were just firing at us. And so without further ado, because I'm aware of the time, as Lady Daniel is getting ready to talk about a heated part, you know, right? And we heard a few of the panelists, they came on talking, they just hinted at it a little bit. And we're going to go deeper into the whole relationship aspect tonight as Lady Daniel is preparing her segment on intimacy and flames. Right? I just want to share with you one quick thing as she get herself ready to come on. And I'm just going to read. Since we did touch on a few Bible verses, I want to share 2 Bible verses with you. Right? And the first one, Proverbs 5:18 to 19. Let your fountain, wife, that is the wife, be blessed with the rewards of fidelity, and rejoice in the wife of your youth. Let her be as loving hind and graceful doe. Let her breast refresh and satisfy you at all times. Always be exhilarated and delight in her love. So that is from Proverbs 5, verses 18 to 19. And just to go over there to Songs of Solomon 2 and verse 3. Like an apple tree, rare and welcome among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. In his shade I took great delight, and sat down, and his fruit was sweet and delicious to my palate. Sex within marriage is a form of worship to God. It is. And so, without further ado, I'm going to invite Lady Rabdon to come on here as she talk to us about intimacy and flame. This is your time to keep the pen going. Take the notes where you can. Fire your questions away if you do have them. And if you are enjoying the discussions we're having on here tonight, I want you to just send up some emoji in the chat for me. Let me know you're still here, you're still listening, you're still tuning in. It could be a fire emoji, a thumbs up. Just share with me, how are you enjoying the program tonight? Let me know. Let me know. Thank you, Kimon, because right now I am enjoying it. And make sure you're also refilling your cup of tea, your glass of water, your glass of juice, or whatever is in your cup. Thank you. We should be seeing lots more. We have over 40 people on here tonight. Let us know how you're getting on, how you're enjoying the program tonight, how you're enjoying the discussion. You know, let us know how it is working for you wherever you are. We will spotlight Lady D as she come on to talk to us. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
We know if I like it, you know. Listen.
Keep on riding, I will play with it. Play with it. So she made me a booty in the bedroom. I don't want to get intimate on the real. I just want to get into it. Because when it comes to the sex, I get into it.
Right, watch.
Oh my goodness. Listen, it has been a beautiful discussion so far with the panelists and all that. I'm tasked to talk about intimacy and flames. No, listen, I grew up in smoke. When I woke up, I smelled smoke. I fall asleep smelling smoke. Why? Because my parents have a beautiful space that they prepare jerk. And so I would always, be in the smoke. And the smoke, when I heard about the flames, it just brought back a whole lot of reminders. I don't know a few people who understand because we have gas and electric and all these things now. But for persons who understand, by the way, did I say good night? Good night, lovely people. But I'm reminded of my childhood years, just, inhaling the smoke and all that. I wasn't so interested in how you catch the fire because I was more into the finished product that come off the grill, the nice sweet things. Some people may eat it, some might not. You understand? But I loved it. But I remember sometimes getting by and seeing my father getting things together. And so he would gather some coconut trash. I don't know how many persons know coconut trash. Some brown something. Yes, strawny. He would put it lay it out on the floor. And then he would add some coal over it. And for him putting the the coconut trash was because he wanted it to hold the heat when the flames start later on. No, he would get some bags, you had some, I don't know if they still have it, but when you had the Pepsi bottles that you get from the D&G truck, it normally comes covered over with some plastic, some thick plastic, something like. I don't know if it was the healthiest to inhale, but you would always light it and he would allow it to drip over the coal. And then when it started to spark, he would now get something and fan the flames. Now listen, intimacy in marriage is something like that. It's kind of different, but it's similar. Because in order for you to get into the whole, maintenance, sustenance, getting it together, it requires work, and not just work casually, but hard work. I remember sometimes, the flames after it burn after a time, you have to add some more coal, and not only that, for those persons who understand the beer situation, they would sprinkle the beer over it and allow the flames to come alive again. The correlation is that in our marriages, there are things as things burn, as things go, things happen with things, time, different causes because of, and all these things, the spark in our marriage, in our relationship, it tends to either become dull and in some extreme cases, done. Now, some persons might say, but Daniel, what are you talking about? And if it done, it done. But this doesn't really mean that it's an end to the possibility of reigniting the flames. And that is why we have seminars like this, conference like this. Reignite or ignite and reignite. It's not just some fancy, but it's for us to come, we listen, we engage with all the fancies, and we go back and put the work in. All right? So it takes the hard work, the springing of the beer, the adding the coal, making sure that we don't miss the step in having the thing underneath to hold the heat and all that kind of thing. It takes fanning the flame. All of these things, through our commitment, through our decision deal to say, I am choosing you, through forgiveness, through all of them, something there. It takes these to ensure that the heat is there, that the flames continue to go forward. Now, me understand that by all of this, we're going to get a little bit of clarity as it relates to the flames that we're talking about. So I want to jump a bit into the intimacy part. And for me, if you should go into a community or a town and you ask persons, what is intimacy to you? Number one, some persons might be silent. Silent because they think about what them do. And for others, they may say outright, oh, intimacy is sex. But I really want us to not narrow the definition to that limited scope. All right? Because if you look at it, you have persons who might have sex, but is every sex intimate? Think about it. In my book, 21 Shades, I really added it that sometimes sex can be, when you think about, I don't know if this is a word, but I like it. It sounds nice. When you think about the sexology of things, when you have sex and it's not intimate, it becomes like a bang and go sex proceeding. All right, and we don't want those things. Right? So we need to put the broader scope to it. So it starts from outside the bedroom. What are some of the things that I do outside the bedroom that entails the whole, building of the closeness and the connection and all these things? Now, when I hear intimacy, and this is going to be my signature thing. So if you hear me talk today, and you hear me talk tomorrow, I'm going to say it because this is how it sounds to me. When I hear the word intimacy, for me, it sounds like music. It has a melody, it has a rhythm, it has something that pulls me to it. It has something that stimulates something within me. It gets me start to get excited. It makes me want to do something. And so I hear the rhythm of the intimacy. Why? Because it's like pulling together, and that's what the definition means to me. Intimacy is me getting into my nice gentleman right here. All right. So you getting into your partner, you getting to know your partner, you're not just being close but connected. You're loving on them irrespective of whatever it is that goes on based on climates and all these things. All right. So no, intimacy is not something that just pops into place. Like the charcoal that we're talking about with flames, it takes a progressive process to start a blaze as we and our spouses spend more time together. Can we talk about quality time? As we spend more time together, what do we do when we spend time together? Complain about everything in the world? No, what we're going to be doing is having communication, having conversation. We're going to be transparent. We're going to be able to talk about things. We're going to be able to be naked, not naked in sex yet, but naked in the personality that we are. We're going to become people who will develop accountability, people who will trust. And if you have 21 Shades, you'll have an area in there. I'm not going to go into self-disclosure, but there's a blindfolded adventure. Before the blindfolded adventure starts, there is a blindfolded adventure where the blindfold is not like an impediment, but really you opening up your other senses to become one with your partner as you trust them into taking you to somewhere beautiful and you will see it for yourself after. All right. It takes in security and it takes in the whole overall love connection and all that kind of stuff. And so intimacy is so much broader. Now, when I was going to school, I never liked science much, right? The biology and we call it anatomy and all them stuff, but I love to talk about the anatomy of intimacy. All right, so I'm going to look at that a little bit. Now, my husband kind of look at some of them, but I'm going to talk more, right? So for me, when I think about intimacy, there are a few points that takes in the makeup of intimacy. Some people call it types. Me call it the anatomy, the breakdown, because we want to sound scientific, because boy, may I tell you, it's really scientific when it gets into the whole intimacy thing, all right? So intimacy, for me, it takes in us sharing our ideas. It takes seeing you and your partner sharing your opinions. What's your belief? With the singles session earlier, it mentioned, how connected are you with your belief? Is it somebody who we can agree on things with and that kind of stuff? It is about you learning your partner. I'm not curious about your partner. I know what's going on in the head, the heart and all the body parts and all the vibrations and stuff. It is you getting into your partner. So you're knowing what their thoughts are like, what their interests are, and you're taking it seriously. All right. Now, when you think about intimacy is not just talking about, oh, roses are red, violets are blue, and all these things. Or, man, I love your nose. I love your ears. I love your lips, or all these things. It is us having conversations, talk about some controversial things. Talk about some things that are happening around you. Get their views on things. Understand where their thoughts are with the sports. Like I never like certain sports, but I will sit down and watch a game. I will not understand it.
Is it warm enough?
Sorry?
Continue, Lady D. I think someone's microphone just went off.
Okay, so it's me, you know, getting into the sports with him because we're spending quality time and I'm seeing his interest, how he acts when he do, you know, all these things. Somebody said knock out the wall. You have some people are so passionate about the sports and stuff. If the team not going the way they want, them turn it out on you. How is it that the person reacts and stuff? You know, these are ways of you knowing your partner. Now, you will have different views. You have one couple who came on to you know, in the whole football season, one was this one and one was the other one. But them sit down and watch it together, right? And them support them team, all right? How can we look at the team and say, okay, you know, the Brazilians, them are play good, you know, but Argentina my side. You know, how balanced are they to say, okay, this is it. It takes in me to look at this person and say, okay, this person kind of credible, this person kind of reasonable, this person kind of logical, you know, that kind of thing. So you understand the person's character, so you can know how to approach things, know the person's response, you know, you can predict it because of how they, you know, they deal with it. Because, you know, intimacy, one of the anatomy, the parts of the whole makeup of intimacy, that is intellectual, is not dance, all right? And so we need to have these things. And for single people, this is not only for married people, you know, this is for single people too. You're courting, you're eyeing somebody, the person eyeing you, have these conversations because it's also you getting to know the person and their attitude towards you, their attitude towards situations and that kind of thing. Now, another thing about intimacy is that intimacy has to do with your vulnerability. Have you guys played the trust fall thing? Like you have some person, that is some people doing it on Facebook where they'll say, oh, are you going to catch me? And instead of them go back way, then go front way and all kind of things. And so intimacy takes in your vulnerability, your openness, your willingness to trust, your willingness to share your fears, your insecurities, you know, all these kind of things. It's you being at the place where you can just fall into your partner's arms and say, all right, I'm going to catch you, or he's going to catch me. It is me saying, I understand that what I'm sharing with you, you are in the position to hurt me. By going and broadcasting it, you're in the position to tell me back when argument come up, cause conflict come in relationships and all these things. But I trust you enough to know that you value me, you care about me, so you're not going to do that because you love me so much, so you're going to give it back to me. You understand? And so it is you sharing, you know, the insecurities, your goals, and all that kind of stuff. And the more I share with you and the more I see your response is the more I'm able to just draw closer to you. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but when you have your partner and you can cry on the shoulder, and that is why when man and woman have problem, they don't go cry, the man don't go to cry on one next woman's head, because he becomes vulnerable before her and then he becomes weak to her. All right, we become weak to each other. All right, you get me? And so we're able to open up all that kind of stuff. Talk about past traumas, because believe it or not, past traumas can affect your relationship. When you're in the picnic, you know, when you go through that could affect our relationship today, it might not be something that, you know, you come and want to lift hands and blow and stuff, but some really, you know, some really sensitive stuff, you don't want to say it, you don't want to approach it because it brings back a kind of memory and all that kind of stuff. Talking about it will help me to help you and help you to help me. So it's like we're working together to get things through and that kind of stuff. All right, because it takes in the emotional side of it and that kind of thing. All right, all of that, this is part where I really talk about in 21 Shades. Intimacy is spending time together. Listen, you can't go church for Bible study, you go church for prayer meeting, you go church for youth meeting, you go church for ladies meeting, you go church for men's meeting. Even though you're not man, you still got the man's meeting. You go church for this. You're gonna bishop. You're gonna cook. You're clean for you. You're sheldon and DJ all over there.
The things lady.
You must spend time with your spouse. Have fun. Do things that will cause you to forget about the stress and the pit them in a school. Like my husband go to school and somebody go say something they never did to say. And me go see the post on Facebook and me just know what to do when him come home to relieve the stress and rub him bald head. All right? We must spend time together. We must have that one-on-one, especially when you have kids. Why may I tell you, them can nag your night and day, but you must find time to do it. Now, in cases where you're not able to go to a fancy restaurant, you're not able to do, the outings and that kind of thing. Me there, turn the living room, turn the kitchen, turn the floor into something nice. Get piece of board, get some roses, get your candles. Don't put other people on carpet now. Get your wine, turn the TV in a fireplace, get some disco lights and stuff, and you create your own dating spot at home. Make it fun. Make your husband come home one day, and when he come home, I wonder which room him enter into. Turn the bathroom into a whole spa. You can't do it everywhere, all right? You're spending quality time together. Not only that, but just sitting down in the chair, hugging up, talking together, How was your day, hon? It doesn't have to be sexually, what do you call that now? Directed, but just being there. Give me a hug. We just want in my kitchen a cook and we just feel a spank on my bottom. Or you grab me up or something. Just show that you are there. Come help me wash 2 plates. Like, this morning, we go to the kitchen and my husband come wash the plate while me cook the food and all these things. It helps in building that bond and all these things. All right. So that is also a part of the whole process of, getting intimate and all that kind of thing. Another part of intimacy is us becoming one. You leave your cleave. You leave your, relationships. I remember when I got married, I had a lot of male friends. I never had much female friends. I had a lot of male friends. We never interested in them, but they might have been interested in me, all right? And so I had to cut some ties. I had to leave and I had to cleave. Yeah, understand? It takes some parents too that are very involved. You have to leave and you cleave. All right, it takes some places that you go, you have to leave and you cleave. And so you become one with your partner. You become one in all things. All right, you become one as Christ and the church. And also, intimacy is affectionate. Listen, intimacy takes in the hugs. Intimacy takes in the touches. When we were dating, we were told you only have one wing, and so you could have only hold, but you couldn't even hold hand in public. But now people go on and you can't hold hands. When you sit down together, you hold hands and you talk and that kind of thing. Nothing sweets me more than I live in an aged community. And it just looks so sweet. And I said, the little, people, them coming through, them grew up and nice, some have stick and stuff. But you see the little man, them just hold up them wife and them hold hand. It just looks so beautiful, holding on to each other. We can rest for the man, saying, I'm going to move him shoulder, make a drop and all these things. It takes in the physical aspect, all right? And so love takes in all of this. Love, it is something that the intimacy part of it allows you to be able to observe in these moments. Is this person, for those persons who aren't yet married, is this person somebody I can live with? Is this person I can build with? Is this person someone who will listen to me? Is this person somebody who we can agree to disagree? And for other persons who are married, is this person, all right, this is happening, but I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And also it takes in knowing your partner too, because I might love somebody to massage me, my partner to massage me, but it doesn't say that my partner loves massaging, all right? It might want something else, all right? And so it takes in knowing your partner. I said a lot of things, but what is it that your partner really desires? right? Don't look at my marriage and say, oh, Daniel, she says she loved this, so my husband must love it too, because if your husband love it, me can just put it over there and me I gonna get to love it because she loves it. No, you are unique. We are all unique. What takes you don't take me. Some people have different fancies, different things that pull them together. So knowing your partner that even in heavy test, wins, a crisis, all these things, you're able to stand with them. You're able to be empathetic. You're able to be forgiving. You're able to listen. You're able to, add value, reassure them that they are enough. Let them know that you care, you're listening, and all these things. All right. Now, one of the points I want to make bold is that intimacy is something that we build in spite of and not because of. And why I make this point is that a lot of things can happen in marriage. For some persons, it might be grief. For some persons, it might be conflict. For some persons, it might be something outside with one whenever they feel one, and the whole need for forgiveness and all these things. For some persons, it might be a financial situation. Someone might have lost a job, or that kind of thing. For some persons, it is the introduction of children, not knowing how to balance things and all these kind of stuff. For some persons, it's just being overwhelmed with life and what life carries. Are we able to look at those things and not say, because of this, I am going to walk away. Because of this, I'm going to go this place to take my time and all these things. But in spite of this, I am still going to stand by you. I'm still going to fan the flames. I'm still going to spray the beer. I'm still going to look and make sure there's a spark and all that kind of stuff. I want to encourage you and all of us on here. When we are tested, even with the heavy winds, the storms, and all these things, we have to look beyond the because and still love, still care for each other, still share with each other. The more we explore the anatomy of intimacy in spite of, the more we fan the flames, the more we commit to each other, the more it is that we will be able to shake, and I love to say this, shake the gate of the enjoyment, pan bed, pan floor, against the wall. And if you have 21 shades, you know about the steaming ladders, you know about the magic dots and all these things. You can swing from the chandelier, you can get the pole and learn out of a pole dance. You can do all of those things and do it freely because you have already built up the momentum in the other areas. Yes, yes. All right. In 21 Shades, I was going to read a little part of Steaming Ladders, because it's kind of hot, but I'm not going to read it. I have this regulatory compliance for intimacy, must and must not. I'm not going to be longer. I'm getting ready to wrap up now. And there are a few things that I put in there that are very important as it relates to intimacy. And the most, among them, I have lovingly identify any underlying barrier that may suppress the growth of intimacy in your marriage. Past traumas, and you'd have heard me say that insecurities are two examples. In extreme cases, people seeking counseling is not bad. Seek counseling to effectively get you through this area. If it is there, it is going to weigh you down and it might cause greater problems. All right. When you're getting into things and stuff, it is for you to, cultivate, that attitude where I give my partner what I desire from them. No, this is not me imposing. All right. Like me saying, me want to do this and so I give you what I think I need. Not that, right? We're not imposing our love language, and that's a whole different thing on each other. What I'm saying here is, we being able, if I want, my husband to be kind to me, I am going to be kind to him. If I want him to respect me, I am going to respect him. If I want him to, not shout at me, I'm not going to shout at him, right? All right. appreciate each other's efforts. My husband went into the kitchen this morning. It's me for setting him. So, boy, babes, my lover, you just wash up the plate and for me and all these things. Or if him, you know, he came in and he did something where I'm not normally do. Like, it's for me to highlight and make a big deal out of it. Oh, I appreciate it. My sister, you do it. All right, don't just ignore it and say a long time you should have done something else about it. All right? We want to openly appreciate effort because encouragement sweetens labor. The more we encourage, the more they want to do it because they want to hear the, you know, the man eager and want to hear say, yeah, I'm gonna do something good, all right? So we're going to boost them up like supplicant. Conduct a daily character pressure check. Okay, I call it CPC. Reacting with will treacherously destroy your marriage bliss. So be deliberate to reflect and respond should an adverse situation arise because they do know how to creep up on us, all right? Paying attention to tone, body language, and all these things when interacting. I mean, no set time is going, all right? Learn to speak your partner's sex language, all right? Sex must, I mean, everything caps lock, must be enjoyed by both parties. It's not only the man must enjoy sex. Women, men, learn to explore your wives. Get the whole thing about the magic dots. Learn to explore your wives. Foreplay is very important. You know, get things into place. Fire up before you get yourself fired up and all these things. It's for her too, all right? And women, don't just sit down and then go talk on Facebook say you never have climax in your life with your client. You need to experience climax. Do not get into the cliche of things that you just say I love you because of I love you.
Remember, before that phone call, they have a false start.
Do not just get into the cliche of saying I love you. Really mean it. And also say what it is that you love about your partner.
Excuse me, Lady B. I think it's Sharon Barrett.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my hand catch it. I didn't know. I'm very sorry.
All right. So all of these are very, very important. Now, as I closing statement, it's a story. My father told me this story, and I use it in the relationship intimacy area because I know it is, you know, it's able to relate to the whole thing. So there was this little boy, very clever. You know, little boys know to use them head. Well, we all know to use head, but the little boy them kind of, you know. There was this wise old man who lived up on a mountain top. All right. You know how we watch the shows them and you have the bald head, you know, gray beard, Chinese Indian looking men. That was him. And, you know, he was up the mountain top and the little boy came in and he said that wise old man, can you guess what I have in my hand? The wise old man looked at the little boy and he said to him, you have a bird in your hand. The little boy said, wise old man, is the bird dead or is the bird alive? The wise old man looked at the little boy and paused for a while and then he said, the answer lies in your hand. Now listen, the boy clever. If the man said that the bird was dead, he would let go the bird and make the bird fly. If he said that the bird was alive, he would squeeze the dear life out of the bird, and so the bird will show up dead. Now listen, the future of your relationship, my relationship, it's in our hands. We are the masters of our destiny and the captain of our relationship. All right? Is your relationship dead or alive? Does it need to be ignited or reignited? Fan the flames. Keep intimacy alive by investing in the anatomy of intimacy. Go with the cool. Go with the, what you call that? The brushes. Go with the beer. Go with family, whatever it is that you need to do with the hugs, the kisses, quality time, having conversations and all that kind of thing. Do it to ensure that your marriage stays alive. Maintain the intimacy. Be sacrificial and give your whole self. Amen.
Drop the tune now.
Pastor Rob, hold on, Nelly. Hold up a minute, Nelly. Hold up. You see, like, come. Me and nobody to go spam. I'm going to up my little red right there, so. Me and my red tonight. Morning time.
Right there, indeed. I told you guys you were in for an informative and challenging night. Did I not? Listen, get this book. Get it. Get this book. And I am going to even talk about something that maybe we have never mentioned. Let's say, right, you're a new mom, or you have kids in the marriage, and we know sometimes that can have its knock-on effect on the intimacy part of your marriage. You have the extra workload in the house. Listen to me. Get this book, and I'm telling you, that steamy ladder section they're talking about, it will really help to sort out those worn pelvic muscles after the 9 months and the 1 year ago and all of that with the childbearing. So I'm encouraging you guys, wherever you are in your marriage, get this book, because as we've just heard, intimacy, it requires work. It is a verb. It's an action. You have to be engaged and we have to be involved. So, Lady D, guys, can you just unmute your microphone for me right now and just let that lovely lady hear the round of applause? Because this information, I'm telling you, go ahead and, clap, scream.
Hey!
Great
job.
Whatever it is. I know a lot of us, we probably can say we grew up in the church, but I can tell you this. When I growing up in the church, I had no sessions like these. So I am very grateful that these sessions are now available and things that I can now pass on to my children. Because you think I don't want to see marriage in my family. I want to see more marriages. But how can we, right, want to have those things if we are not modeling the behaviors that our children should have? How can we expect these changes to come forth if we're not modeling and educating, right, our generation to see? The world is busy out there doing their own education. They're out there educating. So it is our duty to make sure that we are doing it and doing it right. So I just want to, after that steamy, interesting conversation, I'm going to drop a link in the comment, and I want you to respond. I'm going to share the code with you, and I want you to rate your intimacy level right now. Check out our Intimeter and Mentimeter. I'm just going to quickly share my screen with you so that you can see the code that you should just enter it in. So if you can see the code, it's 31013304. 31013304. So I want to see you guys rating it right now. After that discussion, how would you rate your Intimeter for me? And it goes for everybody, because come on, there's a lot of things here that was mentioned that even singles, those preparing to get married, you probably didn't really think about these things, and if you were thinking about it, would you be entering the marriage with that with a very high awareness of intimacy and it's important, or just a high one, or a moderate, or low, or very low? So this applies to everybody. So I know nobody stood on point here so I can tell me, said, God, that's for married people. This is for everyone. So once you've entered your once you've entered in the chat, the code is on screen. The code is on screen. 31001. Thank you. First response coming in. 3304. Even if you're on Zoom, you can just pop out, log in on your search, whichever search engine you're using, and then you can pop back on Zoom. I will keep reading the code out. Thank you. We have a few more responses coming in. So how would you rate your Intermeter tonight? 3101 3304. Three one zero 13304. Thank you. We have a few more responses coming through. And in the meantime, whilst people are working their way around it, if DJ Nicholas, you see, have many hats tonight, you know, if DJ Nicholas can go and just replay that song in the background as the Intermeter, you know, crank up. So we have very high. I'm loving that. Very high is still in the lead tonight. Moderate and high. Thank you, and thank you to those who participated. I took a screenshot of that. We're going to keep it for later. But listen, I know the program is very long tonight, but if you are still feeling intrigued and hope for a little bit more, can you just drop an emoji for me? Let me know where you are right now in the program, because I know it can take a lot on us to, you know, be on Zoom, but this is really good stuff and I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. If you are enjoying them, drop your emoji in however you're feeling right now, especially after such a lovely presentation. And as you're doing that, I'm just going to invite Greg and Cindy as they prepare themselves to come on tonight. Just get yourself ready for our next phase, our next stage in on the program tonight. Listen, all of the fun not over yet, you know, the fun just a start and a stay there, Lady D, just come call ignite and a reignite. But listen, Greg and Cindy, they're coming on right now, Costume, Serenade, and Love. So make sure you are still up and alert. Get a drink of water, get a drink of wine, go and refill your glass, because listen, for those in the UK, I know it's half term, so I'm begging you, don't fall asleep for me, because a whole heap of good information are going over here. And I know those in Jamaica, bear with us, because I know you are actually enjoying the program. So Greg and Cindy, when you're ready, our tech team will spotlight you as you come on at this time. Woo, look at the costume! Yeah! Welcome.
Yeah.
Come through from
Hold on, which one?
Listen.
The Canadians are.
That's right.
It's Sweden.
There is a slight feedback. If you could mute one of the devices.
Right, just disconnect.
Disconnect the audio from one of the devices.
Yeah, disconnect from one of the devices that you have. Still can't keep it on Zoom, just need to disconnect one.
Yeah.
Testing. System.
It's disconnected, right?
Great.
Yeah, turn
Is
it
it
on.
on?
Yeah, on now.
It's on?
Yes, she hearing you. You got the two thumbs up.
Ready to go, officer.
Ready.
Oh, we're good.
Yes, so good to go.
Okay. I'm not tech savvy at all.
Me neither. So, what are you doing? Yeah, I'm fully.
Okay.
They heard everything that you said.
All right.
I guess my wife is gonna serenade me. Let's see.
All right.
Since I'm under arrest.
All right. Let me sing for you. You're as smooth, Tennessee whiskey. You're as sweet as strawberry wine. You're as warm as a glass of brandy. And honey, I stay stoned on your love all the time. Yes, I've looked for love all the same old places. Can I talk to somebody now?
Preach it, sister. Go ahead. Drop word.
Ah, yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, beautiful people. How you do?
You doing good over there? You know what I mean?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. Before I say I do, we have to settle.
Before you say I do, it's a big topic. You know what I mean? I believe before you say I do, you need to understand your partner. Know who you pick up. You know what I mean? Understand their background, because once you're clear on their background, their history, then you'll understand how to love them. That's key. You know what I mean? That will tell you, well, that tells me why Cindy behaved the way she behaved when I react a certain way. You know what I mean? Our background tell me that from day one. So I know that certain things are just not supposed to do.
Yes.
Hence the handcuff. Certain things you just don't do. You know what I mean? The second thing in before you say I do that piece is making sure that you can financially secure that female that you're asking to marry, because that is key. You need to have shelter for her. All those levels of security need to be in place. And they have to be fully compatible, or understand the level of compatibility with that female. If you cannot be fully vulnerable with your female partner, your male partner, it makes no sense. You know what I mean? Because there's a level of oneness that, you know, you need to reach before you can decide to marry somebody. And that oneness is what's going to keep you throughout your relationship. Because every day, I wake up in love with Cindy. You know what I mean? Not every day. But you made a decision to love this person, spend the rest of your life with them. And because of that, you find ways how to move out of that vibe there, right? So, and just create love. So my philosophy is make love instead of war. You know what I mean? So instead of cuss and quarrel, rather just come over and put some kiss on our lips and
Yes.
yeah, I mean, yeah, and that just suss out everything. So make love instead of war. Have I told you I love you lately?
Yes.
Have I told you you still mean the world to me? Have I told you I need you? Yeah. Yeah, I love you, man. You know what I mean? I'm a friend this. Yeah. My friend is my lifelong friend. You know what I mean? I can tell you a secret before we move on. When I met Cindy, I used to have a whole heap of friends, male friends that I hung out with night after night, you know what I mean? Day after day. But when I met Cindy, Cindy filled that gap, you know what I mean? And we have a lifelong virgin right now, and we can just sit down and reason with it and get sensible, like my soundboard then, get sound sensible and sound responses from my wife. And because of that, I just not bother with the bridging thing no more and just invest all of my time you know, my woman. So anytime you see me, a Greg and Cindy say, you know what I mean? Yeah. And that's where the YouTube channel came from too, because a friend of ours always said to me, say, oh, Greg, you and Cindy always out, always on the road, always doing things together. Why not create a channel? And that's what we did. So bless up.
Yes.
If you got questions, throw them in, because we're there to answer them.
Right. So, Lady Cindy, we realize that you are dressed, and we know that might not be your daily profession. So, what are you suggesting regarding your outfit and marriage? And so what would you say to couples and also those desiring to get married based on that outfit you're wearing tonight?
This outfit I am in right now is toned down like by 95%. Yeah, it is toned down. Yeah, trust me. But when it comes to outfits, ladies, you have to be spicy. Keep your relationship spicy. I always say that. You understand? This minute I'm a nurse, the next minute I'm a naughty police officer. I mean, anything Greg wants, Greg gets. You have to understand your partner's sexuality and what they prefer, you know, when it comes to intimacy and all of them something there. Yeah. So like me and Greg now, apart from the costume, we normally just walk around naked. Like naked. And I never used to do that. This is all Greg. Greg is just this type of person where him just like Adam and Eve kind of thing.
Fully liberated.
So, but I found that to be very sexy. So, I mean, you know, his liking now becomes my liking. And that's the thing, you know, you're trying to bond, you're trying to, you know, create that oneness. So whatever your partner likes, I mean, sometimes you have to compromise. And because me never know say me that look nice as a naughty police officer. But Greg likes these things, and eventually me love it too, because me love, see that? Me like handcuff him, and me like in charge. You know? So
Boss.
costume, I think for me, it is very important. I mean, some people might say you're unholy, or you know, Christians not supposed to play a part in stuff like that because that's a worldly thing. I mean, this is your partner. You're gonna be with him for the rest of your life. So why put on some long thing and cover up, you know, when you're going to lay down in your bed with your partner? I mean, come on. You try to hide the thing from him. No, it's his. You know, you give it. So you just create that sexy mood. You turn on some music and things, and we kind of nervous still, you know, because we kind of like them pour on me here. But you get me. Yeah.
I get you. I totally get you.
Okay.
Yes.
Greg, go ahead.
I totally get the lady. She talking to it. We invest a lot in both physical and the spiritual aspect of our relationship. We spend a lot of money scrolling through Amazon and getting different costumes so we can role play, because we feel it helps to enhance.
Yes.
You know, it takes away that taboo and the ambiguity from our relationship. So specifically on Wednesdays is when we get together to role play. You know, so all my co-workers know that when it hits Wednesday, don't ask me to work late. Don't ask me to hang out, because Wednesday is costume night. So if they see me in the office 5 minutes after 5, they're going to remind me, Greg, costume night, you know, come in there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I always hear Rev saying that, you know, marriage is not just spiritual. There's a physical aspect of it. And my philosophy is if you can keep your spouse's eye on you, you're much safer. You know, get her to eyeball it to focus on you. And that's what these costumes do. I mean, it won't work for everybody,
Yeah.
but it definitely works for me.
Yeah, and find what works for you. You know,
Yeah.
costume might not work for you, but something else, whatever it is, you know. But I
Oh.
personally think a nice costume, when you look good in it, make me think it work.
Invest in some costumes. Yeah.
Awesome.
It comes from. Yes, sir.
Let's do this. Let's floor against wall. These chicks, them out, them call me. I'm the girl that sugar, that's all.
Amen to that. Amen to that. But I would say to you, before you get to the whole idea of introducing different costumes into your bedroom, I would say that level of being comfortable with your partner has to be there. Because if you feel like you can't let your partner feel like they're not sexy or they're not appealing, or else that costume won't work. You know, but if you are able to build that confidence in your partner, and when you look at them, you genuinely give them that look that it's really sexy, and all your beam and all fibers of your body agree with you, and that attention stands to that tells that, you know, you really see a spouse and she really look like, you know, that person that you're looking at. Because I'm an advocate of men marrying to what they like and what they are attracted to, you know, because I've been in church for a while and I've seen many men married to women wearing long skirts, leotards under their clothes, covering up, but they are lusting off women who show skin. You know what I mean? Or the lady with the tall nails and the eyelashes. Everybody come on the show and say they want a woman with natural hair. But they're lusting off the weave and the eyelashes and the lipstick and the makeup. So I am one that says, if you're a man, be true to yourself. It cannot work if you're not honest with yourself. And even if I can't remember the name of that man who God asked him to marry to the prostitute. I've been trying to remember her name whole night, but I can't remember. But I know there is somebody in the Old Testament that God asked him to marry to this prostitute woman, just to prove to Israel that how unfaithful they are to God himself. What name, Rev? I can't remember her name.
Someone like Hosea, somebody can correct me.
Hosea. Hosea name?
Yeah.
I think Hosea name. You know, and God, Hosea was a faithful man to God, and God just said to him, say, Hosea, a prostitute, they're going to be married to her. And it just go to say that marry what's for you. Don't just marry because of what people are going to say about you, like, oh, your wife this or your wife that.
Yeah.
But marry to somebody that you are comfortable with, you are compatible with, because when you're married to somebody because of what people think, eventually you're going to fall into a place where people start thinking things that you don't agree with, and then you leave that spouse. So the key is do all things possible to spice a relationship. And like Rev said earlier in the conversation, invest in your marriage, because at the end of the day, your marriage is what you have. You know, if you're sick and in the hospital, friends and family will disappear, but your spouse is supposed to be there by your side through that time of difficulty all the time. So I recommend you invest in your relationship. You know, something that me and Cindy always do. Well, every week we try to go out on the road, because I know Cindy love road. I'm a road lover too. So we do these road trips, we visit restaurants, we do fine dining, we spend quality time with each other, because quality time is key. I can't afford to not spend that time. And then God forbid one of us pass on and then we wish we had more time with each other. So we enjoy heaven and earth out of the time we spend together, because Rev always say, you can't do this a heaven. So do it while we're in the flesh. That's key. Enjoy each other. And that's what we do.
Yeah. Amen.
Yeah. In real life, if you knows, those who knows as human beings know that Greg and Cindy enjoy each other too.
I
They
enjoy life
tea
while enjoying
and
each
life
other.
while we enjoying each other, as Cindy would normally say. You have to enjoy your partner fully. The drink.
Amazing. Drink to that. Drink to that. Drink to that. Cheers to the lovely couple.
Grave no easy though. Yes, sir. You try to sit down and get up. You see if you stay there and seat and don't get up here.
Well, 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 well. If anyone was sleeping, I'm sure you're now awake by now, because I can tell you the heat in this Zoom room, it turned up. Thank you to Greg and Cindy for just coming to actually being the example of some of the things that Lady D wrote about. You know, some of the things. So it's one good way to say, you know what, let's just talk about it, but to see it actually in practice. So thank you. Listen, I remember a couple came on Pillow Talk one Sunday night, and the point I got from them, I just took that. We said, create your own recipe. So as they've just said, if dressing up is for you, invest in it, spend some time, whatever it is that works for you and your partner, go and invest in that and use that time wisely to create those memorable moments. Thank you to our police officers online, and thank God only one person got arrested tonight, so the rest of us were free to talk freely and to enjoy the night. Only one person got locked away tonight, so we give God thanks for that. That is what marriage is about. Listen, both of you become one flesh. So you go and enjoy your partner. You don't bring nobody else in there. You and your partner, you go and enjoy that time. And I tell you, the steam is getting hotter and hotter. I'm aware of the time, so I'm going to move on. But thank you. Can we just give it up for them again? Thank you, Greg and Cindy. And guess what? You can check out their channel on YouTube. The link will be posted, if not already posted, in the chat. Greg and Cindy, you can go and check them out over there on YouTube. Listen, we talk about the book. We talk about intimacy. We just see a little bit of a role play going on. So guess what? I want to now quickly talk to you about love, food, and sex. So I'm going to share my screen with you a little bit, right? And I'm just going to talk about some food that research have suggested that these food could cause an increase in sex drive, right? So the next time you cook and you want, try out some recipe and look at some new ingredients you could include, let's have a look at some of these foods. And as I'm saying, it's a suggestion. So I'm not telling you go and eat all of this and then you gripe yourself and start vomiting and have all of them things. That you take it in portions. So these are suggestions, just suggestions. So I'm going to share them very quickly with you. So I wanted to ask a question on this. Let's see. I wanted to ask a question on this, but I'm going to skip through and leave that one out. Let me go back here. So yes, I'm going to skip the scenario because of time. Right, so we are looking at the libido. And what does that have to do with food? And we've seen that we can stimulate. Libido have to do with your sexual intimacy, your sex drive, right? So how quickly you get aroused, with these other things. And we just saw one example of role play, right? One example of, we hear about communication and intimacy. So we are going to look at our sex drive through food right now. Right? So everyone, even highly sexed people, we have our occasional lows, right, in sex drive. But what if our libido is nowhere to be found? Right? So again, let's say you're in the marriage and you're struggling with this bit, with your sex drive. It just seems as if it's on the floor and not going anywhere. So two conditions, right, should prompt us, and I'm just going to include myself, to take our sexual relationship off the back burner. When we think of sexual desire, right, is it a problem or when our spouse is unhappy? So sex drive is something that we have to always be cognizant about. We have to be aware of it at all time, because guess what? If one partner's sex drive is on the floor, we're going to end up with another partner unhappy, right? And then we're going to start having issues within the marriage. So just look at some food that is suggested. So we have the lovely oysters. So if you're a seafood person, the next time you go buy your seafood, listen, crank up, man, the shopping list with some oysters if you can, right? So oysters are an excellent source of zinc, and we need that. You know, it's a vitamin, and it contains a higher amount per serving than any other food, right? Also, zinc is very, very important for the male sexual function and fertility. A suggestion now, we know, so nobody go overfeed the man with oysters. Take it in portions. So low levels of this mineral may negatively affect testosterone levels, and it can cause abnormalities in sperm quality. So the next time you go shopping, think of some oysters to boost the sex drive. Next one, some chili peppers. Yes. So the next time we can get those ones anywhere. If heat is synonymous with passion, then chili peppers are certainly an arouser. Chili, they boost endorphins. That's the feel good, hormone. So when you see when the wife dress up nice with the husband and the husband do something, it just bring out that feel good bits. Chili peppers is also suggested to be able to do that as well, right? It really boosts those hormones, which make you feel happier and less stressed, and that can actually up level your intercourse. It also releases dopamine, which is the pleasure hormone. So the next time, guys, you can add some chili peppers. I'm just going to whiz through these. Another one is cinnamon. Yes, cinnamon is a really, really good food to have around. I mean, almost every kitchen, because any kitchen in Jamaica and any Jamaicans abroad, and you make porridge and you make tea, you must can find some cinnamon in the cupboard, right? So it's perfect for cold winter nights, especially those over there in America and Jamaica and England. Cinnamon is good. It can be used in both sweet and savory dishes and has been valued for centuries for its curative properties. So while the smell of it promotes that relaxation, it can also boost antiviral properties, and it can also help to control blood pressure, right? And improve alertness. So come on, crank up the cup of tea and your porridge with some more cinnamon. It is also packed with antioxidants, and you get that in apples as well, which promote a healthy love life. Boiled it in warm beverage or served it in a yummy dessert. Cinnamon can be a great addition to a romantic evening. So get the cinnamon cubes out, get the cinnamon powder out, have fun with food. The next one, chocolate. And I hope you're loving these chocolates. I'm showing you on screen, So science validates chocolate's reputation as it contains chemicals known to boost the arousal. Singles, take note, and couples, take note tonight, right? So cinnamon, it helps to release the serotonin, that again, more feel-good chemicals in the body, and we can find this from the main plant, cocoa. But both chemicals are released when human is in love. So listen, eat some chocolate and go and find the intimator. Make your date feel extra special with rich chocolate truffles, and the big day coming up next week where we're gonna go all out on a chocolate for the 14th, right? And then people tend to find me quite appealing. We have the bananas, right? Bursting with vitamin D. bursting with vitamin D and potassium. We always hear about that. Bananas, they really help to help the reproductive hormones. So very, very vital for the male and the female. Research shows, however, that the most powerful arousal may come from the smell of banana bread. So come on, next time, guys, get messy with the flour and get messy with the banana, bake some bread. Release the aroma in the kitchen because it's very, very good for the arousal. The smell of banana bread was shown to increase arousal in women by an average of 12%. And this was a research done. That is a pretty significant increase. So if you want to get the woman aroused, husbands, come on, get baking. Get your apron on, get the flour, start baking. So it might be worth baking some banana bread over the next few days. And these are just some more foods that are suggested to really help building and increasing your libido, your sex drive, right? Avocados, almonds, basil, celery, cherries, cloves, coffee, ginger, honey, pumpkins, strawberries, and sweet potatoes. These are just some food. And guess what? As Lady TJ is going to prepare to come and talk to us about some recipe, because we like to use the experts them in the building, you saw the panel did well versed, and then we have the author who come talk about intimacy, and we have the beautiful couple who come show us that, so listen, married life not dry and boring, and we just look at some food. We have the chef coming in to share some recipe. But before she comes, I just want to share with you very quickly my very last slide, right? Some ways you can really think to make your plate or your plate look a little bit more attractive, where it can arouse, make the sex drive crank up a little bit. So let's look at some. I bet your waffles will never be the same again. Next time, I like to have some waffles for breakfast. And also, gentlemen, take some time to observe your papaya. If you're a husband on here, take some time to observe your papaya. And for the gentlemen, again, I feel like I come out phone, I told you that the oysters, they're not normal. Take another look the next time you go to the seaside to get your oysters. And guess what? You know what I love about this farmer here? He knows just how to tend his garden right. So make sure, gentlemen, you're looking after your garden. Plums, there could be my new favorite, I just love the shape of plums. And how do you like your porridge in the morning? Next time you make your porridge, I bet you'll never have just your boring porridge and bread again, but you will enjoy your next bowl and cup of porridge. So these are some foods. And guess what? We are not in handcuffs tonight, so we are free to continue researching some of these to boost our sex drive and to crank up the intimeter within our marriage. And guess what, singles? Go and write down in on the diary, because when you meet on a spouse, trust me, them go ball for Jesus, because they're well ready to go. Trust me. Here we go. The tune. Lady Tidra. Lady Tidra, are you ready?
Tell us our section, no, madam. Tell us our section. We're well balanced tonight,
I tell you, well balanced. So, Lady Tidra's section or segment. Very, very practical segment. So in this segment, we're going to be exploring food a little bit further. So we have food and active arousal. Over to you, Lady Tidra. Should I say Chef Tidra in this?
Lady Tidra is fine. You guys hearing me loud and clear?
Yes.
All right. I'm not seeing you guys, so I'm just talking to the back of a tablet as somebody is recording me. All right. So welcome, even though I'm a single, but I have all the ideas. I guess I'm a hopeless romantic, but here we go. Welcome to my little escapade. So everything that we've spoken about tonight, pretty much I've put it in a practical aspect. And I did all of this to show that it's very simple, you know, to come up with something. I heard Lady Danielle spoke in her piece that if you're not able to go out to a restaurant to go do fine dining or stuff like that, you can, you know, transform your living room, transform the space that you have to make something romantic. And we're sharing all of this. We're talking about the arousal. Greg and Cindy came, they talk about the costumes. So if you really don't want to go in depth with the costumes, you know, you can buy lingerie, you know, you can come up with all of these creative ways to cause that arousal. And I want you guys to understand tonight, we've been talking about intimacy, and food falls into that social category of intimacy. So walk with me as I share what is on my table. Note, all the recipes will come out to you via email that we would have shared tonight. So journey with me as we get to our table. And I mean, everything is pretty simple, pretty practical. Some of the things that Lady Nelly had spoken about tonight, just use what you have in your house to create something effective. Because it's Valentine's Day, we chose to do a heart setting right here in the backdrop. If you come down, you look on the table, you guys can see that I went out with just simply covering the table with a cloth, adding color to it. Again, because it's Valentine's Day, we go with the little red things. Now, as I get into what is on the table, nothing has to be super difficult. All right, so we talk about foods that increases the libido. And when we come down here, you guys can see I have salmon on the paper, and this is a sriracha salmon, and it's served with a chicken broccoli rice, and then I just added some lettuce and so forth on the plate, because people eat with the eyes. You understand? People eat with the eyes. All right. I also have on the other end, so I kind of make two serving, like I'm serving two people. I have beef. And I just want to say, interesting enough, some people will say that beef does not make it to the type of foods that increase the libido. But I'm gonna, correct that narrative a little bit. A little bit of red meat is also important to increase that libido, or to get into those, vessels or whatever. The thing about it, the twist is that you go with the leaner form of the beef and not the fatty form of the beef. So while in the fishes, it's important to have a little fatty in those areas, with the beef, you go with the leanness. So I just pretty much have some beef and I top it off with some like strawberry jam on the top. I serve this with a teriyaki spaghetti set up right there. And, you know, simple. It's on a bit of lettuce. We have our little tomato as the garnish and some sweet pepper. So simple. All right. So when we go right there, I'm not going to get into the desserts yet because I want to talk about the wine. So for the beef, I have paired the beef with red wine. And it's important for us to understand that these things pair well. So for the beef, it's red wine. And for the fish, we went with white wine. So it's always important to know that. For the fishes also, you could also go with a light red wine, right? So it's important to tell you that. Again, wine does not increase the libido. And I want people to understand that, because there's a misconception around that. However, you can still add it to your meal when you're eating, just don't overdo it. It's okay to get enough wine to relax, but don't get drunk, because if you get drunk, you kill your sex drive. All right. So we come down into it right here. I have a chocolate rum cake that we have right here. Again, the simple things, once you present them, they look very well. And we understand that chocolate is very important in increasing the libido. Again, I think Lady Nelly spoke about it, strawberries. So we have strawberries right here, and we just drizzle a little bit of chocolate over the strawberries. These foods also increase libido. And then just something for fun and can be creative and interesting, just to make the conversation, the fellowship, the engagement a little bit more fun. You can also have like ice cream sandwich. On the top, it's a red velvet cake, and then the ice cream is in the middle. Again, red velvet is a part of the chocolate family, just so you guys know, in case you didn't know. All right. So before I go, I have one more thing. So if you don't want to do the alcohol, it's okay to add a drink. So in this one, I have a pumpkin punch. And just like the banana, where you smell just the aroma of it, the same thing is true with pumpkin. Pumpkin increases the libido. So we have a pumpkin punch right here. All right. So just these are some of the simple things that you can do. And oh, nobody don't want to boring anybody. All right. I'm single and I know that. So all the married people are supposed to know that. The same way how you go with your birthday suit in the initial stage, after marriage, you should also still be sexy. So you need to go and get involved, get on board. I mean, ignite the flame as you set out on that escapade. All right. Thank you, guys. And this is my presentation. Over to you, Lady Nelly.
Natural beauty. No, I never been someone shy until I seen your eyes. Still I had to try. Yeah. Oh, yes. Let me get my words right and then approach you. When I treat you like a man is supposed to, you'll never have to cry. No, I know everyone can relate to when they find a special someone. And she's royal, yeah, so royal. And I want her in my life. I never knew anyone so one of a kind. No.
Pull up the tune. Can we give it up for Lady Tidra? Come on and mute and let me hear those applauses coming out for Lady Tidra, man. Listen, I told you guys, TV is not normal. This year, we're not normal this year. We come to educate, we come to ignite, and we come to reignite the flames. We're not going, we're going hard for 2023 because guess what? We want to see more marriages, we want to see healthier marriages, and we want to see a lot more love being displayed in marriages so that our younger generation can learn a thing or two. So listen, Lady Tidra, thank you for being so hands-on and practical and, you know, making the sacrifice to really go that far actually to show us in practice and hurry up with the recipe so we can get cooking. So the next time you go to the market or the meat man and you see the beef, just remember to get the leaner part. Yeah, nobody go for the fat because it go add flavor to the soup, but remember to go for the leaner part because that might just do something, ignite something in the bedroom for you. So thank you. We can have so much fun with food. There's so many things to do in marriage. There's so many things we can do regarding intimacy. Listen, I want you to tell me tonight how I was going to do this at the end of the program, but just before I introduce our speaker coming on, I want to know how are you finding this conference so far? Tell me in the comment. This time I'm not going to restrict you. You type away and let me know. How are you enjoying this? How do you find it? Were you shocked, surprised? Are you informed? Are you educated? Do you feel liberated? Do you feel like, oh no, this is not for me. This is just too much. Or tell me how. Let's see me get a 10 out of 10. You get 10 out of 10. I need to behave myself. There will be prayer clinic tomorrow. 10 out of 10 going on. We have a 10 coming in, 1000% very informative and educational. So tell me. I love when my audience interact with me, you know. I love when my audience interact with me. I love it. So come on, I still have 38 of us on here tonight. 38. Let me take myself out. So 37, right? All of you guys can type up in there. Tell me how you find all the activities tonight. And so I just want to correct something I said. So Rev, Reverend Rob Dunn will be coming on with the closing statement in a minute or so. But before he comes, I just want to quickly, Rev, if you don't mind, very quickly, let me just check. Yeah, just want to very quickly put this out there, that all of this tonight that we put together for you and for all of us is something that is not just to stay on the platform. It's not just for the 3 hours we came on here or however long, right? These are tools. And as I said this, growing up in the church, I did not see this love being displayed. I remember having one Valentine's Day gathering in church, and it was so tightly run. Like, I did not even see the couples holding hands, and it was a Valentine's Day. And I've always wanted to get married. And I am now I'm going on number 5, right? My 5th year in my marriage. And I am learning, and I am unlearning, and I am being liberated, and I am enjoying marriage. And if I am enjoying marriage, I also want to know that my fellow brothers and sisters out there are also enjoying marriage. So guys, whatever has been done on this platform, let us put it in practice. But let me done with the preaching. I'm just going to hand over to the Rob Duns, who they will be giving their closing statement.
All right, so Nelly will keep our company. I'm sure that you all have seen us being very practical and hands-on tonight, and it would be remiss of me to let you leave here being a man of the cloth and not let you know that the scriptures are also very, very important. So nobody left, you know. Only give me about 10 minutes, and I won't say finally many times. But I think that it's important that I sort of tie up this single and couples program together by establishing a few principles that are laid out in scripture. So just give me a few. I promise I'll try and be quick as I run through it. I really believe, Chanel, that there's a template for marriage, right? And it doesn't matter. I know that as Christians, sometimes we like to adapt and grab up God things and make it look like God things of a Christian. I just want to establish here that this pastor believes that anybody who takes the word, look at the principles and apply it, the Lord is going to work just the same, and it is going to be faithful. It is going to be fruitful. So it doesn't matter who you are. You might not be a Christian, born again Christian, whatever. I am saying that God said these are the things that make marriage work. So we're going to talk about it. And since marriage is God's idea, we are going to listen to God and say, this is our work. And even if you did marry to a man, when the say the Jesus thing, if you do them something here, the union will work. So the scripture says, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall become one flesh. That's Genesis 2:24. To have a thriving marriage, one must be one willing to leave, and 2, cleave, and 3, be joined together by God. Now, let me tell you, 80% of the work is up to you. 20% is God. You'll not hear it anywhere like that. Notice, leave, you must leave. You must cleave. God is not going to jape you up and take you, go put you with someone. You will have to make that decision. Cleave, you will have to make that decision to stay together. Right? Remember the people who stay together? Moses wrote a bill of divorce. Having done those 2 things, then God is going to join you together. All right? So marriage does require our effort. All right? It requires our effort to stay together. Now, it is helpful to note that the couple has the responsibility here to leave and to cleave, while God joins them simply together. All right. This doesn't mean that they simply become roommate or each other's closest neighbor, but that a unit capable of honoring God through their union. They become one flesh. The idea of one flesh here is the imagery of a type of marital intimacy that should be shared between a couple. This is an act of love between the two, excluding all others. Cousin, nephew, mother, father, everybody. I don't want to be rebuked on this platform after making this. And I know I have some sanctimonious people here, but listen to me. When we examine the structure of Adam and Eve's union, God was involved, but to the extent that God was invited. You never see God turn up in the middle of their disagreement. You never see God playing that third party in their union. I know we like to say that God is in the center, but I wanted to say God is only in the center when the couple invites him into this. He's such a gentleman that not even him will interfere with our relationship. All right. So our God then is not an intruder. When the need arises, I believe the couple mutually, yes, decided that we're going to seek God's help and bring him inside of the union. I believe that's how it was. Thriving in marriage doesn't mean that everything is perfect, but it does mean that you are willing to work through the challenge and the challenges that arise and make it a priority to make your spouse and your marriage a priority, engaging while you're engaging God for support. So don't just pray. You have to make some of them sexy food and create some of them sexy pattern where get the person eyes on you. Here, Greg keeps saying that keep your partner's eye on you. Becoming one flesh means being put together to serve. You are a unit and God expects to be glorified through your decisions, disagreements, and pleasurable moments. So when you make decisions, no if you fight and kick down each other because God wants to get the glory out of it. God gets the glory when you're able to come together. It doesn't mean that you won't disagree, but you are mature enough to take and understand that you need to stick together. So perhaps like us, Adam and Eve had disagreement, but guess what? They had no third party. Not even God was recorded in scripture as intruding in the marriage. Every time God went to interact and not to interfere. The scripture said God went in the cool of the day. You notice God never go at them yard unannounced. There was an agreement, that God would show up at a certain time. The couple need to understand that you need to stop having intruders intruding into the relationship. You see, God doesn't want to intrude. He wants to be included, and it must be a mutual decision. I am saying that to say that anybody who is going to be included in the marriage must be a mutual agreement between the two, because you have decided to clean. That's what it means to become one flesh. They were allowed to work together to resolve conflicts, manage resources, and pursue the couple's goal. Evidently, they shared a great relationship with God, not only as their creator, but as their friend. Consequently, they would have engaged him on many visits to the garden, seeking his guidance and support. God, as their friend and only family member at the time, never tried to be intrusive. Similarly, we must seek the advice and counsel of others, but never allow anyone to become an intruder in your marriage. Singles, I'm talking to you when you get married. Married people, may I talk to you too. Consequently, thriving marriage focuses on these three biblical tenets. One, leave. Leaves mean to depart a place, not just a place, but leave the people there. Leave the old habits. Yes, ultimately, anything that has the potential to affect the union's progress should be abandoned. So leave your bad mindedness at home with your parents and go join with your wife. Leaving is not only physical, but also a holistic approach to prioritize this new union, giving all the attention and support to ensure it is successful. Marriage requires time, effort, patience, and ongoing support. The call to leave is both recognizing and committing to a thriving marriage, one in which the couple is fulfilled and God is glorified. Leaving your parents does not mean you are ignoring them or not spending any time with them. Instead, it means recognizing that your marriage or the marriage you create is your new family, and that this new family must be given a higher priority than your previous relationship. While the Bible specifically pointed to leaving of parents, I personally believe it means leaving every single thing, leaving behind certain friends, leave some relatives, leave some things. And I said before, old habits, leave some unhealthy behavior, because the marriage will struggle with this. Can I say to the single tonight, dear single, before you say I do, consider these 2 questions. What are those things that you need to be detached from? Before you start getting married, you have to look at some things where you have to leave. You see my wife, when she did not get married, listen to me, she used to have one little beanie in the pot for cooking. Me come from country where love, when my mother cook, she cooking a kerosene pan. I don't know if you don't know them iron pan there. And them something my mother cooking. So me want go back, go eat and eat and eat and eat and feel fulfilled. If she want to keep me happy, she have to know say a damn thing there me need. So she have to leave them kind of small pot cooking. She did love banana chips, and me have to put that out of business too, because me want good food, that banana chips. So you have to look at what you need to detach yourself from. Can you think of any competing force that may affect the progress of the union? My wife said she did have one heap of friend, and when me stepping at the place, she know me are the better one. So all others did have to step aside. Dear couples who are on here tonight, know that you have said I do. What might you need to rid yourself of for the marriage to progress? Everybody may talk to tonight. Maybe what you need to rid yourself from is anger. Maybe it's a grudge. Maybe it's a little unforgiveness there. Maybe you're just too stubborn. Is it that you continue to use good sex as a weapon? I'm talking to someone on here. Are you losing that the coochie, but the man them love so much as a weapon? Listen to me. It's supposed to comfort, not fight. Is it that you are boring and has no desire to turn up the thing them? I hope after them presentation tonight, you're going to turn it up till the buck. You're going to understand that God not have no problem with you. Have wally passat out, pan bed, pan floor against what you know, man. Do you, listen to me, do you still have some fashion we gone out of style? Are you still wearing the old time 90 with terminate long time? It's time for you to terminate them thing there. Listen to me. Them black slip then I wear again. Left them thing there. We gone past them thing there. Listen to me. You need a whole bedroom built over. Make sure you get it. When spouses fail to detach themselves from competing entities, may I talk about them long black slip there. Listen to me. Hearts are broken, trust is severed, intimacy declines, and happiness increases. Distance between each other widens, and divorce then become an option. Listen to me. Your marriage is your responsibility, not God. Oh, I'm in trouble tonight. No amount of praying or complaining or crying or bawling is going to get you to excel at marriage unless you're willing to participate. So participation number 1 is to leave. Some people are still married tonight but have not left something. It's not too late. I am the one, man, with God sent tonight. Leave. Number 2, you must cleave. Make a look what cleave means. You need to become inventive and create your own shade, your own recipe to make the marriage experience good. Listen, stop trying to be like Rabdan, because Rabdan might not like the beach, but your partner love the beach. Go and go turn up the thing on the beach. Learn from, listen to me, learn from mama, but come together and unravel each other's uniqueness, creativity, and inventiveness. How mama did used to do things and so we do it in a 2023. So make sure you discover your new partner. The other thing I must say is that your partner is always evolving. The partner where you married 20 years ago is no longer that partner. Try and make sure you keep up to date with your partner. You have a spouse, one spouse in this whole big old world, 6 billion people on here. He's waiting, she's waiting to be discovered by you. Pull them apart, open them up, discover their deepest passion. Every person has something that they want to try. Your job is to uncover what they are trying to try. Not everything they will vocalize, but make sure you are paying attention. Take some 10 minutes break and just stare in the eye and make sure you pick up what they want. Yeah, and you give them exactly what they want. Cleaving to each other means adhering to sticking to joining with your spouse. Through this unique joining, the two people become one entity, a couple. No matter what, they will not quit. Instead, they will communicate with each other. Pray for wisdom. Listen what I'm saying. Pray for wisdom, because after you're done praying, there's something for you to do. Pray for wisdom while being patient with each other. You must be patient. Some of you too aggressive. You're going like you did nice all along. Trust me, man. Extend the grace, man. They will trust, listen to me, they will trust God. As couple, they will trust God to work in their hearts to become understanding and compassionate. The only miracle God working in for your marriage is make you become compassionate, understanding, and more forgiving. So all of you with your bitterness need to left that alone. If you're partnering with God, God is still telling you tonight that that need to clear up. Cleaving together means being willing to admit when you are wrong. You must be big enough and bold enough to ask for forgiveness. Take responsibility. As a couple, you will seek God's counsel regularly through his word and persistent praying. And you go check some wise people, you go log on and pillar talk and hear them thing, we talk up. Cleaving to your spouse does not mean being with your spouse every moment or not having meaningful friendship outside of your marriage. Rather, it means recognize that you are joined, essentially glued. You cannot be separated. To your spouse, you're joined, and not to your friends, not your co-worker, not your family, not bishop, not pastor. Good God Almighty, you can't depend on every committee. Your spouse is the most important person in your life. Wife on the ear, husband on the ear. And nobody, no matter to you like your spouse, not your children, not your this, not your that, none of those. Treat them with dignity, honor, respect, and give them the attention that they need. Make we talk about the one fish part quick now, if you don't give me about 5 minutes. The phrase one fish in Genesis describes the process by which God created Eve from a rib taken from Adam's side while he slept. They were one flesh since she came from him. Eve could not separate herself totally from Adam, as her very ingredient had been his very rib. Similarly, oneness in marriage is a deep level of intimacy. You can't tell me you're married and not have no intimacy, you know. Deep level, me not talk small level, deep, way down, different from everybody else. And connection that a couple have as they are joined by God. In marriage, we become one entity that is inseparable, just as the members of our physical bodies are unique, having their own purpose, but is useless outside of the unit. The eyes cannot survive outside of the body, and so relies on the rest of the body to function whilst providing invaluable service. Likewise, in marriage, the individuals are made unto one entity, relying and depending on each other. They must work to ensure each other's needs are met. In the physical body, if the eyes are hurt, the rest of the body is impacted. Similarly, in marriage, an unhappy spouse affects the entire unit. Just as one bodies are one whole entity and cannot be divided into pieces and still be a whole, so God intended it to be with marriage. The couple is no longer two separate entities, two individuals, but they are now one entity, a married couple. Now I'm going to run down fast because I have some things to tell you about the oneness. We are joined essentially financially. Listen to me, you become one financially. It's not his money, her money, but her money or my money, our money. That's something.
It's not
it's
money,
something like that. It's something we tell us something goes on. Right? It is the money that is ultimately for the union. I know different families will have their own culture relating to money, and I don't come on here to dictate what you do. However, the framework expressed in God's idea of marriage is that each partner is no longer to perceive money earned as my is or her money, but rather our money. Whatever we earn should be properly managed to support the interest and well-being of the union. Let me run. We become one sexually. Sexual oneness refers to the sexual intimacy between man and woman, normally within the context of marriage. We need to enjoy each other. God no vex when you enjoy the thing. Make sure you enjoy the thing enough. Now listen to me. Sex outside of marriage, they say, is like a man robbing a bank. He gets something, but it is not his. And he will ultimately one day have to pay for it. But sex within the context of marriage can be like a person putting money into the bank. There is safety, security, and he will collect the dividends. He might go get interest money. So sexual intimacy is peak where there is love, trust, and emotional security. My wife talked about that enough, so me I go run past that. Listen to me now. Paul used a word named porneia, and Paul didn't just say free, it means sexual immorality. He didn't say free sexual sex. He said free sexual immorality, because sexual immorality is more than penetration. Oh, glory to God. So when you're married, no source of penetration in a man, you must have a whole heap of something. Yeah. The thing must turn all the way up, turn all the way, but the thing, make sure it's hot. That is what is intended. Let me hurry up and run fast, because I'm talking to the single people, and I'm done right so. Single people follow that. Before you say I do, I want you to consider these characteristics of the first man and the first woman when you they choose a partner. One, Adam feared God. Essentially, yes, he was a person of faith. Shared belief is pertinent when you consider serving alongside someone non-stop. No, me never say baptize and speak in tongues. I just say shared belief. Good. Number two, Adam was industrious and faithful to his duties. You must find one man who was willing to work. He served God in the garden diligently. Never one day did we see God complain about his work. I'm not sure. He never complained about his work ethics. A partner who is responsible will always take care of your needs, physically, financially, emotionally, and sexually. They will take their duties seriously and will never resign them. Cleave to a man who values industry. If the man no love work, no married to the man because you're going to find yourself in a problem. You don't wish you better not speak tongues. Listen to me next. Adam was punctual and responsible. An irresponsible person is full of excuses. They are too selfish to serve their own interests, and they will find it even more difficult to honor you. Cleave to a man who is inspired to serve. Next, Adam was a great listener. He acted on and carried out God's directives earnestly and urgently. A man who will listen to God will always listen to you. That's the man they must take. Adam was a team player and a servant leader. He led by example. He followed the agreed protocols and maintained his integrity. He worked even when it seemed like no one was watching. Cleave to the man, the integrity that name. Adam valued relationship. No man we can't have no good relationship. Every minute them ask money at Cosambix. He was always available to speak with God. He shared with God a common relationship, and also with his wife Eve. We never see Eve complain, say Adam no, it's not a good relationship, man. Never. We never hear Eve complain about the intimacy. She did well satisfied. Yes, sir. So find a man who values relationship. A man who treats his family and friends and strangers, even those little men who seems below him or beneath him, with empathy and respect, is a man who will respect you. All right. Next, Adam was loving. He loved both his wife and God. His passion to faithfully serve God showed his pureness of heart. A man who loved God will always repent, apologize, seek your pardon. He will never disregard your feelings or emotion. That man there you must cleave to. Adam was not careless. He went to work when it was time for him to go to work. He was not somewhere idling and probably masturbating and watching some porn movies when if you get things done. No. He was someone you could. He was outgoing, yet focused on the life and on its priorities. Trust a man who prides himself on doing the right thing every time, even in the absence of an audience. that man they must trust. Adam needed help and not merely companionship. I'm going to drive that one your woman now because some of you women married to man because they're lonely. Listen to me, I got notes for you on this platform. Adam needed help. God's prognosis was that he was alone and not lonely. There's a difference. When you're lonely, what you need is a mate for a night. Yeah, look at it. God made him a helpmate and not a harlot. God made him someone who would stay with him forever, not someone who was just for a night stand. Dear singles, only marry a person who recognizes the need for help. A man who only needs a moment of pleasure will move on as soon as he is comforted or treat you as a mere object to satisfy his urges. But a man who values help will always need you around. A man who knows the pain of being alone will always value you. Some love me why me not stay in my bed lonely, you must be mad. Me know what it is to sleep in a cold bed, you must be mad. Me want her in there every minute, every second. Such a man will value your presence and your contribution, and to such a man you must cleave. Adam was sensitive. He was caring and emotionally supporting. God gave the man flowers. And me know from a Chilani man, say any man taking care of flowers is a man who careful and understanding. Him know if it take him time and take and break down the flowers branch, come stand and we cuss. Hear me on this platform. That's the man you want because he's going to take time with you. The Bible says you must love your wife and don't treat her harshly. So the right man know how to treat her nice. Let me hurry up and wrap the party up in the party. You may wrap up, man. That one you have to, that one, they couldn't do that to the man, the man and talk about the man them. So the single man them, hear me. A few things this and a few things this. Listen to me. Eve was physically attractive. From first glance, Adam began to lyrically engage her, speak all in her tongues. This is bone of my bone and flesh of my. Listen, man. Eve must have did well hot. If I did all right now, Adam said, my God, what a woman sexy. Listen to me. That's why a woman must turn up the thing them and show up. She had the good look body, the desirable breast, the sought after shape to hypnotize Adam from the first set. Find a partner who is physically attractive, someone who will make you speak in another language. I dare say speak in an unknown tongue. She was intellectually sound. She provided consultation to Adam and was a good communicator of the union's vision. Make sure you find a woman who can reason, a woman who can rephrase the thing for you, and a woman who will keep you out of trouble because she can put the thing together. She was a quick learner and one who was committed to lifelong learning. We have no record of God complaining about her. His expectation, therefore, it clearly meant that him actually learned. She actually learned. Therefore, we can say then that she was humble and teachable, a woman who is unwilling to learn, thinking that she is a repository of all information, will make a difficult marriage. Listen to me. She was skilled at management. Look here, no man, I want you to know about woman, them good with organization. You see how my place look nice now? If you don't like me, I just so all around it. But the wife know how to organize and everything have to come together. Before the fall, she stick to eating what her husband could provide, avoiding completely the fruit of good and evil. You see, a woman who is able to remain as a wife in scarcity, respect her, you know. Another woman there, you know. Don't left that woman there. I want to talk to some man because some woman fight hard. We don't know, you know. I talk to some married man. Them fight hard, them give them last, them cook the last meal, them wash your dirty clothes. Now that you can look good and wear gold chain, a time for you repair the dividend. Give her the dividend, man. Chop. Listen, next. Eve was caring and supportive. Helpmate wasn't just her title, it was her nature. You must marry a woman who wife and not just her title. It's her nature. Find a partner who not only cheers you on from the stands of comfort, but gets involved in the activities dearest to your heart. She was cooperative. She didn't try to replace Adam. Instead, she made his agenda her agenda. A woman who competes will ultimately replace you with the next acceptable and available individual. Find a woman who can work alongside to complement you and your purpose. Eve was multifaceted. She was an all-rounder. She could have do everything. She was wife, mother, friend, servant, and nobody never complained. Nobody never get left behind. We have no record of Adam complaining about the sex or any other. She never neglected that. She gave him so much attention. Silence became his hobby. I want to talk to some wives on here. You better give him so much attention till him get quiet. Ladies, sex must never be mishandled. It is not your weapon against your husband. It is a cushy way him love. And let me wrap this up. Well on. 2 more minutes. We can't end but not give the couple them something, because you come and ignite and reignite, you have to get everything. Like all of us, Adam and Eve had flaws. Ultimately, that shook the union. Let us look at the one time when the marriage break up. Long time them are living, we don't know how much years them did I live. But Eve failed to cleave to her husband. That is to stick to the plan to honor God in absolute submission, to honor her husband. The leave and cleave in the marriage symbolizes the union between God and his desires for marriage. Look what happened. One little sore foot, bent up foot, serpent turn up on the spot. Would I have 2 little 6-pack? And maybe did have all him ears boring us out of something. And Eve liked the swag. And so because Eve liked the swag, Eve entertained the conversation. Women, and men. We gotta be careful who is popping up in our messaging. You see, we gotta be careful who is popping up in our WhatsApp. Yeah, you have to watch the chop of them. They will chop you up. One little one come and tell us, look here, no man, just do your thing, man. Do something different. And so Eve dishonored, forget the agreement that she had with her husband. Listen, wives, whatever your husband agree on, don't stick to it. Do not ever allow anybody. Me not care how the serpent come. Me not care if him come in the form of a woman or a man, a relative or a friend, a dear brother. Me don't know if him come as a pastor. Sometimes he come as bishop. Sometimes him come as general. But hear me, whatever you and your spouse agree on, wanna stick to it. Don't you leave. No matter how tall and sexy or persuasive the serpent come, reject the offer. No matter how the thing look nice, reject the offer. No entertain the third party. Look how long the people them live, and not until Eve decide to entertain third party. That's why you must leave and cleave and be joined together by God. Listen, as we wrap up, Adam and Eve were reluctant in taking responsibility for the action. Hear me, we're going to make errors. We're not perfect. I am the first to tell you, say, me must hurt your feelings one way or the other. It is not my ambition, but I admit that I am but human. I am not perfect. That is something that all couples have to advocate. So because Eve now did first go yam the piece, and not even apple, yam the piece of fruit. Whatever that fruit was, the fruit of good and evil. And Adam did come go and go yam some of the fruit, because him did not even ask where she get it from. Just eat it because it looked good. Right? And so now God rocks them up. And I say, look what you got to do, man. Eh? Adam, where you there? Come to me, man. And you are the leader. Come and how you make this happen? Rather than take responsibility. Remember that God is a gracious God. Rather than taking responsibility and asking for forgiveness, Adam start come. And the woman where you give. The same woman when you just call sex, yeah? Hot, Men, watch it. And then Eve, Adam, and the serpent calls it. And so them play a blame game. And so ultimately, they were cast out of the garden. It is my belief, Lady Trinidad, as I get ready to hand it back to you. It is my belief that if Adam and Eve, they just go down on their knee and say, babe, I'm sorry. And hug up Eve, come here, Eve. Something wrong. I shouldn't do this, babes. Sure. That's a mess up. Oh God. Oh God. I true never there, I know. Can't be there. I run with the go for something. So funny. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna go ask God. Say, God, we know so we slip up, you know. But we know you're gracious, God. So we are pray like his word. I ask you for mercy. I believe, say, Father God would have extended grace and mercy, and they would have still living at the garden. But because them are complain and are go on like them are bad people and not listen, maybe God just say, yo, you know what, come out of the garden. So what I'm saying is, arguing and blame is always futile. No one is ever helped by that. And so tonight, my encouragement to us, let us keep the third party out and let us not make a third party call blame in our relationship. Let us not allow a third party call stubbornness, bitterness to separate us. I don't know what your third party might be. I don't know what is showing up on your veranda, but keep the third party out. Bitterness, stay out. Unforgiveness, stay out. Anger, stay out. Anything that is going to keep you from joining together and enjoying each other, push it out. Be done. God bless you. Tell them we have to go to the sermon. You know. We have to balance the thing.
Balance the thing. Balance. Boy, me know when Rabdan saying go talk for 10 minutes, we have to be prepared for the extra time. But guess what? We can guarantee it's gonna be informative. And I'm not gonna hold you on any longer. Listen, I saw you guys interacting in the chat, so I know you've been taking your notes. I know, guess what? This is also recorded and it's on YouTube. So guess what? You can go back and watch the rebroadcast whenever you feel like. So you miss a pointer, so you can go and take it. You know, you can write it down and just refresh the mind. Rev and Lady D, thank you. Thank you for sharing that. And again, we get the practical, we have the discussion, and we have the word. And you see, all of that just bring in the holistic aspect of marriage. You pray and you fast, you do the small steps, and guess what? You put yourself in company like these, in groups that can, you know, encourage, talk to you, speak positivity into the marriage. So we have a lot that we can walk away with tonight. And I just want to say thank you to my lovely audience. You've been an amazing support and team player as I know we've been here for a while. For those in the UK, I know those in the UK, it is 2:20, going up to 2:30 in the morning. And those who sacrificed the Super Bowl, even though we could hear some of it in the background, we still thank you for tuning in. And those from Jamaica and the Caribbean, we know the time it's quite, we've been here for a while, but guess what? It was worth it. If it was worth it, let me know in the chat. For me, it was worth it. I really enjoy the conversations. I really enjoy the displays. I really enjoy the interaction, the demonstration. And so I just want to now spend some time to just thank some people who really made this program a success tonight, you know, who really helped us help to put the whole show together so that we can come out and laugh and talk and relax. Listen, you know how much muscles you relax for the past 3 hours with all them laughing you put down? You just add a lot of health benefits to your body. So trust me, it was worth it one way or the other. And so I just first, we thank God for the inspiration. We thank him for the idea. We thank him for the ability to put together an ecosystem of people. I keep saying it. Can you just imagine here on PV? Some of us have never even met in person. And some of us haven't seen each other since high school days. So we have to give God thanks for this bond that He has really blessed us with in this time, that we can put our minds together and creativity can come into action. So we give God thanks. You can unmute and give one. Thank you, Lord Jesus. Thank you. Yeah. And also we want to say a massive thank you to the Robdans. To the Robdans for, their energetic spirit. I tell you, I never seen nobody, and not even the pit them in a primary school, have so much energy like Robdan. And I can tell you, when he has an idea, I lift my hats off to him, because many times I would say, Rev, me tired, Rev, me have this, but he's always there to motivate and ensure that this idea come to reality. And so we just want to thank the Robdans tonight for the vision and for their humble, I can say humble leadership. Yeah, the oxymoron there. The humility in their leadership is second to none. Where these people are open to suggestions, open to ideas. They put to you an idea and they invite you into sharing. So we really appreciate you, Lady D and Rev. You can also, to further support the Robdans, don't forget Lady D's book. We are a few days away from Valentine's Day, so please go and get your copy if you haven't already done so. Practical guides, 21 shades, and also to create your own shades. And don't forget.
Me come, me butt in. Me love butt in, That one we have, so single people, we have one look same way, but hear me, full of decent as content. As me say, this one have Intimeter, the next one have Ready Meter. Watch it. So it's a proper tool. We lay out, so all your friends them, check it out, get this resource. Guys, you can pre-order tonight. Say a nice good discount upon it if you pre-order tonight. So I drop the link in a few, and you can pre-order from tonight, and you'll get your signed copy, ship and mail out to you. I tell you, my passion is getting information in people, and I feel good when I see people with the resources that God has helped us to put together, and we try our best to create things that are well informative, things that have meaning, things you can actually use. All right, so we're not putting fluff out there. We're not trying to make money, for want of a better word. We're trying to put into your hands, and of course, it takes money to print them and get them out. So the goal here is to get these out to you, so you can utilize them and give us your feedback. Tell us what you think, because I love the work we do, as comes from person's reflection. They'd say, yo, Robdan, someone do well on this, but what about this era? Why not touch this era for us? And you let us know, and we'll keep on trying to produce positive content for the circle. So this one, 21 Shade, is now on Amazon. You can buy that straight on Amazon, or if you want to buy it through our website, whichever one is best for you. But in terms of the before I said, that one will be released on February 14th. So it's a good Valentine present to give yourself. Normally people give people Valentine present. Well, give yourself that Valentine present. I'm open to help me call them book go number one. You know what I mean? So yeah, looking out for the strength and the support from the audience. All right. And share with your friends, share with people. Y'all saw how balanced the program was tonight. We'll expect no different from the books. That's exactly what we believe in. And we try to create a copy of that in this program so that you could be informed and empowered. All right. I've also placed in the chat some links about Steady Show. These are great partners. Encourage me. Faith Connection, Greg and Cindy. See them down. Just look for the name. And I think you see how they were with us all day. Just a push the strength. They have become real family, and so we are just grateful for their continued contribution and things. So please support them. Faith Connection is also there. We're going to see her as she dress up and put up them nice food there. But we just have some, please, may I make sure ask you to make sure that you give them a strength and support the thing. as you go through. All right, Nelly, I just want to say this before we hand back to you, so you now forget back to me. So we did have a little voting contest this time. We did have a little voting contest, and I want to announce the result. So we have invited over, because we have a program that is regular every Sunday evening at 4 p.m. Pillar Talk. So if you don't know that program, start tuning in. This is where this thing is birthed out of. All right, and just tune in and be informed. Listen to people's real story. Again, we don't attempt to know it all, but we believe we can learn from everybody. All right, and so I am going to personally invite you to come on over and to support that program. But we have invited a number of guests, and they have all come and give their best. And unbeknown to them, we have been doing our little survey, and we have done our little shortlisting in-house for people in different areas. And so, we have some results that we want to share in terms of the thing, so we can we'll be in touch. The technical team will be in touch with these persons. All right, so we're just going to announce the results as is. So at the moment, as is the according to the audience and those who watch, the most entertaining couple in this season. This is only this season, season 4. Was ding ding ding. It was the Wangs. All right, so the Wangs get most entertaining. Most informative was the Lewis. That's what the results said. So, we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch with them. They were on earlier with us. No, the most engaged couple, it was, one of the favorite people, the Barretts. All right, that's what the result says. All right, and then we went on to Relatable, and again, the audience think that is indeed the Lewis. All right, so we have put the verdict out. The audience have voted, and that's what they have said. Hopefully, persons all got a chance to vote. We're going to continue this season, and then we're going to keep looking for these persons. And we'll definitely keep you informed, see how you can help to decide who is the winner in that. We also want to make the big announcement. So Greg and Cindy being the most engaged couple then becomes the 2023 Pillar Talk resident couple. So we're trying nice up a nice plot to them and put it up. So they don't know anytime we hear the resident couple, they know say them can show up anytime because they have gotten the award to just present themselves and them out. All right, thank you. All right, over to you, Nelly.
Amazing. I promise I'll be quick now. That Rev's done half of it. So yes, congratulations to our lovely couples. Well done. And also, just to continue, I just want to say thank you to the tech team, those who are working in the background to ensure that things are running smoothly. Our admin, Lady Anika, Lady D, again, with the flyers, the information going out on time, the emails going out, and also to our event coordinator, Lady Tidra. And let me not forget those who've been praying in the background, our strength. So well done to the prayer team. And I want to take this time to invite you to prayer clinic tomorrow. Come on out, let us pray. We balance the thing, and one way we're going to balance it with prayer as well. Join us tomorrow morning for another morning of positive vibration devotion, where we come on at 6:29 EST time, 11:29 UK time, right? And I think it's 1:29 or maybe 2:29 Kenyan time. So feel free, tune in, check in our social media pages, Facebook, Instagram, we're all there. YouTube, we are all there. Information is there galore. More books are on Amazon written by the Rob Dons. Lots of books coming out also from PV. If you are getting into prayer and making your way as a Christian, you're new to the faith, you can also check out my book on YouTube, 21 Truths About My Identity in Christ. It really helps to reshape your thinking and who you are in God. And that will also help those who are single as well to become holistic individual as they enter into marriage and get prepared for all of that stuff. So thank you to my beautiful audience. It has been a pleasure being your host tonight. It's been a lovely time. I've laughed. I had my drink, and thank you for keeping me awake, because normally at this time I would be sleeping. So have a blessed Sunday afternoon wherever you are. Enjoy your afternoon and go and ignite and reignite that flame. God bless you all.